Wow. It is Friday once again. I can't believe it. And this has been a tough week, huh? It's been a tough week. Especially if you're in the CIA. The CIA posters are so angry, it's unbelievable, and I love to see it. The Doge Bros are bragging today that they got DEI scholarships for Burma canceled. These are USAID Lincoln scholarships, which help young people struggling for freedom in Burma's dictatorship, a cause America has supported under Republican and Democratic presidents. Now, if you think the United States of America is spending $45 million a year to help people, quote, struggling for freedom, I have a bridge to sell you. This is absolutely a quadruple W, and it makes me smile. And this is good. This is very, very good. Now, I'm not saying that the Donald Trump presidency is good, but if the America Firsters and the dumbasses manage to bungle, if they manage to bungle this by fucking up the American intelligence operations around the world and they stop supporting Americans' dictatorships around the world, this is one of the things that would be really, really, really interesting, which is if America stops supporting countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Pakistan, how quickly do you think they would fall? And I think it would be Afghanistan level quick. And what's really interesting about that is if you compare it to when the Soviet Union fell, Cuba's still here, North Korea is still here. American puppets immediately fall down. Immediately. Do you see that Hirsch article citing a CIA source in Wuhan? I find it difficult to believe. If you want my honest to God truth belief about Hirsch, I just think Hirsch is kind of a place for limited hangouts. Also, CIA source doesn't mean anything. Like, honestly, that's this. Basically, here's my overall view on COVID. COVID, if it was a biological weapon, how come the conservatives didn't want to? They treated it like the flu. It's a contradiction. If they're like, oh, it's just the flu. It's just the flu, the biological super weapon they released. It doesn't. The contradictions are apparent. It just doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not saying the lab leaks are impossible. And what makes something a leak versus something like something that is being studied? You know, it's like it's a combination of factors. Elite shaping operations are one of the key pillars to the CIA's control of puppet regimes, often undemocratic dictatorships. Cutting these programs is an unalloyed good, even if the conservatives at Doge are doing it because they are stupid. Yes. I'm so happy. I'm getting so many W's. And one of the W's that I like to get is like, because I'm not a NatSec liberal, I get to enjoy all the times the dumb fuck conservatives bungle bungle our operations around the world. It's awesome. Did you guys hear about Destiny though? I mean, we may talk about this more later, but apparently Destiny was still sending revenge porn of people after the leaks came out. Oof. I mean, I guess now that some shit has leaked, LMAO, if you want videos of me eating, I've got them. Ha, no, don't show me that. These are super private. I can't even imagine how it feels to have something so private be so public, even if you are poly and very sexual in general. This motherfucking guy gets leaks. Meanwhile, it started to come out that Destiny was just sending this shit to anyone. Basically, he'd be like, hi, are you a woman? Here's 8 videos of other women who had sex with me. I'm driving for Uber right now, and I only get good orders when I put your show on, so thank you. You're welcome. It's my fault.
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received.
Who the fuck is Ryan Beard?
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received.
Who's Ryan
But you have
Beard?
to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
Tell me who Ryan Beard is. Okay, Danny DeVito, a tribute to an American hero. I vibe with that. That's good. That's a good sign. It doesn't seem like he is a bad dude, but I don't know. I mean, this is a little bit sussy-wussy. Your gender is fake. I think this is just clickbait. Does he actually think this? He's a dumb fuck lib that got mad at Bad and Panada for doing a Gaza stream the same day as his weight loss stream. Wait, what? I find that to be unlikely. Like, I don't know if you saw this, but there's another liberal weirdo, Ethan Klein, doing the Nazi salute. Like, your reaction to this should just be like attention acquired. Like, you should feel like if you're like, oh no, I'm mad at him, you're falling into his trap. Like, you look at Ethan Klein and just be like, he's pathetic. He's just a fucking loser. Like, okay. It's like the Content Nuke. How do I feel about the Content Nuke? You know, I have a lot of different opinions on it. And like, part of it is I don't even want to click on it in my account. Like, I don't want to give it any algorithmic touch. I feel like a lot of people are going to hate watch it and comment bullshit on it, and that's going to boost the algorithm. I mean, his main channel is kind of dead. So he's trying to revive it because his H3 show channel is dying. He's trying to go to his bigger channel that's now basically dead. And he's posting this drama shit to try to revive his bigger channel. That's what's happening. Like, you guys think this is all about like him being a Zionist or him hating Hassan. No, this is him grifting this entire topic to try to revive his dead as fuck main channel that doesn't have videos posted on it anymore. So it's algorithmically moribund. So now what he's doing is he's trying to take this is what's happening. So like, I don't want to fall into that trap. You know, I don't want to fall into the trap of like taking what he's saying seriously. He doesn't believe in anything. He's a stupid guy. He's a stupid rich guy. Like, there's nothing to it. He's not going to say anything new. You know, he got all of his quote research from DGG clips, and he thinks that if he puts all of these clips taken out of context right next to each other, he'll create some sort of narrative that people will believe. And guess what? He's right about that. That's how it works. People believe shit all the time. People believe all sorts of wild and crazy shit about me. Like, I left my wife and children on Christmas. I wasn't married. I don't have any kids. But this is a narrative that people have spread, and many people believe it. It's just one of those things that occasionally you'll see when you know, people, when I pop up, people will say all sorts of stuff. Like, somebody recently said Mike is anti-China. That was posted in Hoscord. I heard about that. I was like, huh? Somebody said Mike just does drama. Now, to be fair, I'm doing it right now because this stuff is funny and necessary. And I've changed my opinion. I want to be honest. I want to be completely transparent. If you're one of those people, you don't ever watch my stream. That's why you say dumb shit like that. But I am intentionally covering this topic of Destiny's crash out and Ethan Klein's crash out because it's necessary, because these people are trying to deplatform me and Hassan, you dumb pieces of shit. We can't ignore them and let them to rule the narrative. Normally, who would give a shit? But these people are actively trying to put us in prison / ban the ability to criticize the U.S. military because they're obsessed with us because they're narcissistic freaks. Now, Ethan doesn't know who I am. Well, Ethan knows who I am, but he's scared to show any of my shit. He's much more comfortable attacking denims, which, you know, I wonder why that is. I wonder why why he's much more comfortable attacking denim. It's whatever. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I personally don't even care. Like, I don't even want Ethan Klein's audience to come here. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, oh no, people that are really kind of stupid and like bad comedy. I'm sorry, we're not gonna be watching, you know, I'm not gonna be putting blackface on, you know, I'm not gonna be screaming racial slurs, so they're not gonna stick around. Like, it's pointless. Who gives a shit? The only thing that Ethan and I have in common is bad clothing. Except I don't try to sell it to you. Frumpa merch? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I unintentionally saw LonerBox's cry because he didn't like that you said we never let anyone forget you are a genocide apologist. And I was like, yeah, Mike. Oh, he cried about that? Please show me the clip immediately. That'll make my day. And by the way, unless he, I'll be magnanimous at LonerBox. Hey, LonerBox, man. If you come out and say that you were wrong about Israel and Israel is probably committing a genocide and you got swept up into a social milieu and you started saying things that without thinking because you were defending your friends, but now you realize they weren't ever actually your friends, and it's a source of tremendous shame. If you just say you were wrong, Israel is likely causing a genocide, and you're sorry, I will stop. I will say, Mike from PA, this is for you, man. You were right. If you say that or something substantially similar, but you have to include Mike was right in it, then I'll let off. then I will let people forget. But you have to admit what you did was wrong, and you have to start changing your position, and you have to start publicly speaking out against what Israel did in Gaza. If you don't do that, we're never going to let you forget. And now he did a content nuke on Markiplier so he could get better numbers again. You know what's happening right now, chat? Is a lot of fascists they're way ahead of their skis right now. You know, Donald Trump won the popular vote, didn't even get a majority. The Republicans barely got control of the House. And they're like, they think they've won everything. They think everybody agrees with them. Now, they're fighting against the Democratic Party, which is a non-entity. So I get why you feel like you're king of the world. But like, they're way ahead of their skis, man. They're way ahead of their skis. And some of the stuff that's stupid will fall off, right? Like some of the most annoying fucking rad lib bullshit that we all hate, we should probably let that die, right? Like I'll give you an example of something that's rad lib bullshit. Oh, fuck. Let me see if I can find it. This is the type of stuff that needs to die out. I hate to use this clip. I know I'm using a right-winger's clip, but I don't care. The point remains. The point fucking remains. This is the DNC chair forum.
In this round, so I'm going to... I have a show of hands. How many of you believe that racism and misogyny played a role in Vice President Harris's defeat?
I wouldn't raise my hand. I would not raise my hand. This is baby shit. This shit needs to go. This shit needs to go. This shit needs to go. I don't care if you think that it did. I don't give a fuck. Kamala Harris did not lose because of racism and misogyny. The racists and misogynists always vote Republican, and they have voted Republican since fucking 1970. Okay? Like, could you stop with this? There isn't a bunch of racists and misogynists hanging out in the Democrats in 2024 who are going, I would have voted for a white man, but I have to vote for the Republicans now. No. Barack Obama did better than Joe Biden. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with this. Does it mean racism and misogyny aren't real? Yes. But these people are blaming those effects to avoid accountability. There is more than enough people that were willing to vote for a black woman to win the election. That is not what caused her to lose. Stop it. This is bullshit. This is radlib bullshit. This is to distract from something that we can actually change to something that we can't change. Because if they believe this is true, what's the conclusion of this? The purpose of the Democratic Party is to win elections, right? If you think that racism and misogyny cause Kamala Harris to lose, what's the corollary? The corollary is we only run white men now? We only run white men from the end of time? Because, hey, it's just math. As long as you pick the right white men, it's fine. But, hey, if only white men can win, then if you're a political party, I guess that means you only run white men. Or you don't want to win. That's called pragmatism. Now, if you object to me saying that, then you should object to raising this stupid fucking hand. But the reason why everybody's raising their hand is because if they don't raise their hand, they'll be called a racist and a sexist for the end of time. Because they know radlibs will follow them around, not because they care about racism or sexism, but because they're opposed to their politics. I oppose Mike's from politics. Am I going to argue against Mike's positions? No. I'm just going to say Mike is a class reductionist. Mike is a racist. Mike is this. Mike is that. So that he's constantly on the defensive. This is why the Democratic Party has to go. And if you're a radical and you're listening to this to me and you're going, Mike, you're actually wrong. No, we should lean in this even more. America. And then you take out your self-flagellation gear and you go, America is racist. America is sexist. America is racist. America is sexist. Okay, it is. I agree with you. What are you saying? You're not saying anything. You know how you stop America from being racist and sexist? You redistribute political power and economic power. Just getting people to say that as everybody who is the families of slave owners continue to be the richest people in America, perhaps that system of words isn't actually effective. Now, this is my most radical position. And if you don't like this, you can't, then please explain why. When I showed liberals by 30+ polls showing the election genocide would cost Kamala the election, I was told I was a racist Trump supporter. Pathetic.
I'm only speaking for myself.
By the way, chat, there is an old saying in the American South, a hit dog hollers. A hit dog hollers. That's an old American saying. What does that mean? It means that when you are saying something that is exposing the essence of your enemy in a way they don't like, they will immediately start whining about how it's not fair and you're mean.
He DM'd me. He actually sent me he unblocked me to send me a message on Twitter. Okay. Hey man, just want you to know that we are never going to let you forget. Every time you poke your head up, we are going to expose you as a genocide apologist forever.
That is true. I did send him that. That is true. That is true. When he quit, when he said he was going to quit, I sent him that. It is true. I did do that. I admit it. I admit it. I did do that. That is true. I did do that. He's right.
Side apologist forever. He took a new line to say forever. And if that was he unblocked me after sending this, by the way, just to get one in, just to get a little jab in on the couch. And then he also commented on the stream with a little gloat. And it's interesting now that he's being so performative about his support for Pixie, and he's been out there fundraising and shit on his stream.
By the way, I will say this, chat. I will say this. I am not being performative with Pixie. I am doing everything I can to help Pixie, and I will continue to do so because she's an innocent victim. I don't particularly like the people that are in Destiny's orbit, or because most of them have tried their best to try to bully me. They make up they have stories they've invented that are shibboleth within Destiny's community, where they just tell themselves stories about the enemies of the community, like me and Hassan, that they say to each other that have no bearing on reality. And some of the stories are more effective than others based on their own insecurities, right? Like the stories they invent about me, the ones they think are really funny, it's actually revealing of their own insecurities. It's all projecting. You know, that's what they do. When they talk about like political irrelevance or political inability to affect change in the real world, they're actually talking about themselves. When they talk about anything, it's always a projection, which makes it very easy to laugh out. And indeed, I did do an LOL at his retirement stream. That is true, because he is a scumbag. He is a scumbag. And by the way, just because Pixie is not somebody who was really nice to me for years doesn't mean that I'm going to let her be a victim. The moment I saw exactly that this person needed help, I immediately rushed to give this person help. And I would do the same to anyone. Whether it gets me profit or not, it doesn't matter. So you can call it performative if you want. I don't give a shit. Most of the stuff I'm doing behind the scenes anyway. Sometimes as an American, you want to smoke a Cuban cigar along with a beautiful public bike path along a river in China. China will win. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. They already did, really. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. This is funny.
Which is
interesting. In case you want to know what kind of guy LonerBox is, just one more point before we continue. This is LonerBox trying to make a play for DGG audience. Like, LonerBox sees that DGG is kind of, at least a section of them are disgusted with Destiny's crimes, right? You know, the hardest of the hardcore are going to stay with Destiny, just like the hardest of the hardcore stayed with Vaush, right? When Vaush was exposed for, being a pedophile, a zoophilic pedophile, a lot of his audience left, but some of it stayed. Similarly with Destiny, if he keeps being able to make content, it's going to be the same. He's calling it performative because these people have no concept of having principles. It's actually different. No, you're wrong. Brain Fonda, you're wrong. People like LonerBox and Destiny, they understand what it's like to have principles. They think it's a weakness. Like, you're wrong. They understand that I do have principles. They think of that as a weakness of mine. They think, oh, Mike believes in this, which means Mike will defend this, even when it doesn't look good. Mike will defend these arguments. Mike will stand alone. So all I have to do is engineer a situation where Mike is forced to defend something on his own. And then I can gang up on him. They see that as a weakness and a vulnerability. They don't understand true strength. They think that strength is winning. See, somebody like LonerBox, you never try to lift a bar that is heavier than what you think you can lift. You only go for the guaranteed wins because, again, he doesn't believe in anything. He sees it as a weakness. He sees my kindness, my good faith, my intellectual consistency, my beliefs to be a weakness. He's playing a different game than I am, right? Like, his game is, how do I manipulate people socially to gain profit for myself? My game is, how do I convince people that we're all on this same boat and we need to pull together in solidarity to build a better world? That's the game I'm playing. The game he's playing is, how do I manipulate you socially so that I get attention and money and my life is good? And once you understand that about people like LonerBox, that there's, I mean, he'll spend more time trying to attack and mock me on this video. I'm not even sure. I haven't watched it. Than he will attacking or mocking Destiny, because he knows where his bread is buttered and he's a cuck. He's a soul cuck, right? Which is why he's not going to watch this clip, because he knows it's true. He knows it's very, very true. It is deep down in his heart. He understands that Destiny has him by the balls and he's an amoral fuck.
Interesting, because given the fact that he already seems to have a whiff that something pretty bad had happened here with this, given that something bad had happened, he still decided to just gloat about it, first of all, to just take it out on me. Like, that's mental. And
actually, are you illiterate? I was saying Bad and Panada has made it clear the actual reason why LonerBox is quitting content creation is apparently his girlfriend cheated on him with Destiny and leaked revenge porn of the act. His attack on Hassan is a smokescreen to distract from that. Cucked by Destiny, yikes. Two things. One, you're a cuck. Two, now I don't think this is actually true, by the way. I want to correct this. I don't think Pixie cheated on him with Destiny. That's not true, actually. What happened is, okay, I'm not even going to talk about Pixie's relationship with Destiny because it's not my business. Even though I know the facts, I'm just not going to do that. What I was trying to point out, and this is how evil he is. He's such a sociopath. He's such a freak. He can only think about himself. He can't think about this in the context of reality, which is he's helping Destiny cover up the leaked revenge porn of his own girlfriend. That is the thing that is important. He's helping Destiny cover it up. He's attacking Assad to distract from Destiny, you dumbass. That's why he put his head down and quit, because he didn't want to hurt Destiny. He would rather take it on the chin for Destiny to help Destiny cover up. That's what I was trying to point out, you dumbass. Jesus Christ, you're stupid. The Cuck by Destiny stuff is just a jab at him and it's making fun of him. But it turns out to be not true. It turns out to be not true. So I apologize for that part, because you know, now that I look at that in hindsight, that was bad on my part because I didn't know the relationship dynamics between Pixie and them. So it's not really, I shouldn't have. I kind of had a stray and hit Pixie, even though I didn't name her in here because I didn't want her to get the attention from it. I was just talking about Destiny and LonerBox and LonerBox's position relative to Destiny, which is, it doesn't matter what Destiny does to people, to LonerBox or people LonerBox loves. LonerBox is on his hands and knees. That's the most important thing to remember. LonerBox, you are a fucking loser. Check my logs, birds of a feather. Oh my God. LonerBox was also creep posting to fans like Destiny. More from a random fan calling out LonerBox for sexting her. Oh my God. So he was doing the same Destiny shit? Oh my God. I guess birds of a feather. I mean, everything makes sense now. Everything makes sense. Everything makes sense.
The reason he believes all this is not because he watched my stream and misinterpreted what I said or anything like that, or misread what happened on Kiwi Farms or whatever else. He did this because he saw it in a Bad Empanada video. I think TLDR, guys, just a little public service announcement. Don't get your news from Bad Empanada, okay? Please. He's a liar. He's a professional liar. It's his job.
Okay, so by the way, Chad, in a standard rhetoric, so what he's doing here is he's leading with the conclusion. Now, we don't usually do that here. We try not to lead with the conclusion. What you try to do is maybe you'll have a thesis statement, right? You'll be like, I believe that Bad Empanada may not be trustworthy. Let's look at the facts. And then you draw together your facts. And then at the end there you say, Bad Empanada, as I have demonstrated, is unreliable and is a liar. And you can't trust him. Now, that's what a normal argument would proceed. But in Destiny's community, they're very fucking stupid. All right? So what they do is they tell their audience what to believe, and they try to rely on interpersonal, parasocial relationships, as opposed to respecting their audience enough to make the argument. Now, I'm very excited to hear the reasons that Bad Empanada is a liar. If you're not subscribed to Bad Empanada, what are you doing? First of all, go in there and subscribe immediately.
To lie to you, okay? Like, that's his job. Like, he's a liar. He literally took every single part of the story, botched all of it, and then just, this video's still up. Every single detail about this is wrong. And this is all when they've already got an inkling that someone has been leaking sexual videos without consent. And they're just gloating about it.
The person who did that was Destiny. We're not gloating about that. The person we're trying to prosecute or sue is Destiny, the criminal. He's the one who was leaking, quote, the porn. He was the one sending it to dozens of people without their consent. That was Destiny. Eventually, somebody who he sent it to posted it publicly. But the person who originally committed the crime, the proximate cause of the leaking, was Destiny. You fucking, you pathetic fucking loser, dude.
And making cuck jokes and like, come on. Hang on. It's funny as well.
Stuff because you are legitimately an intellectual cuck. Now, by the way, I'm correcting this. Because apparently the person didn't cheat. They did not cheat. But but you're still you have the essence of a cuck, right? Because like, sure, she may not have cheated on you, which is not something that you did. It's something she did. She is legitimately a good person who holds to her word, right? And doesn't take advantage of people. You aren't, right? You were sexting fans at the same time, right? In reality, LonerBox, you're a moral cuck in the sense that you know that someone you had a relationship was being violated by another man and having their trust broken. And what did you do? You slunk away and you helped them cover it up. The intellectual cuck.
Because he also decided to go on and make a correction of this, but like the correction he made was wrong as well. I wonder if it's, yeah. He made a correction after he realized that everything he said in this video was total bullshit. And then still everything was wrong again. He said that what? Oh, it might not be true that I was cheated on, etc., etc. But then he still goes on to say that like, oh, he must be staying quiet because he's trying to sweep or anything like that. It's just like, what a state. And he also decides to disparage Pixie at the end here as well.
Please do not go for looking up anything about this person because regardless of the weirdness of sleeping with Destiny being LonerBox's girlfriend, she is ultimately a victim of straight up crimes at Destiny's hands. Thank you. What is that? First of all, that's not disparaging. That's not disparaging. He's literally telling his audience, don't attack the victim, even if they have things about them that are embarrassing. He's like, this isn't disparagement. Incredible.
Weirdness of sleeping with, like, come on. So that was interesting. It was also, at the very least, Hassan was willing to say, oh, I'm not sure about that, when he heard this story for the first time. He signal boosted the shit out of it and then said, oh, I don't know about all that. That sounds crazy. So, a little bit having it both ways. In case you're wondering, by the way, because I guess she's maybe a bit too polite to do it, but in case you're wondering who this tweet is about.
Okay,
also,
by the way, chat. I want you to understand, this is not about me. This is not about me. 100% not about me. LonerBox is just making this up. I think she's talking about President Sunday. This has nothing to do with me. In fact, I want you to know that we're doing everything I can to conform, and I am doing everything I can to conform with Pixie's wishes. If Pixie wants me not to do something, all Pixie has to do is ask, and I would immediately acted exactly the way she wants. I have not done one thing, publicly or privately, against Pixie's wishes. And what LonerBox is trying to do here is trying to get me to come out and try to reveal if I have any private contact with Pixie. He's basically doing a sounding operation for Destiny. To this day, he's still trying to get me, if I know anything about Pixie privately, he's trying to get me to reveal it with this comment. He is still on Destiny's team. What a pathetic fucking loser. I am not going to help you defend Destiny, LonerBox.
If you're a leftist who has talked about this...
Did she say you made her cry and thank you on Twitter? Yes, she did. It's because we raised so much money for her lawsuit. We raised like $20-some thousand for her lawsuit on this community. This is what Pixie thinks of me. Streamer Pixie Love has successfully raised over $27,301 to fund her lawsuit for revenge porn against streamer Destiny, aka Stephen Kenneth Bedell II. It's Cherry filed a criminal complaint this morning against Destiny for secretly recording her during a sexual encounter. And she quote tweeted, "Thank you guys so much for the fundraising. I am so incredibly grateful beyond words. Every time I see the amount of support behind me, I cry a little bit. All tears of joy, though, don't worry." That is the reality. If she hated me, if she thinks I'm mistreating her, she would not have quote retweeted me in a positive fashion about how I'm giving her tears of joy. Now, it's not just me. It's everybody who helped her fundraise. LonerBox, you are the lowest form of life on the planet. Your career isn't going anywhere, buddy. Might as well just quit. Just do what you were going to do. Go get that retail job. Go. Just go. You think Destiny's going to remember what you did? He's going to treat you like the scum that you are. Now he's a scumbag, but like, just go, man.
Situation without so much contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. Yeah, this is about Bad Empanada and President Sunday. Yeah, this is obviously about them. Obviously, none of them care. Big deal. Anyway.
What a loser.
What a mess. Obviously, Hassan, bless his heart.
By the way, you, if you want to know who LonerBox is, if you want to know why, Mike, why do you hate this guy so much? Because doctors and nurses who served in Gaza, American doctors and nurses who went to Gaza to provide medical treatment for the people of Gaza, documented dozens and dozens of examples with pictures and diagnostic pictures of children of Gaza being deliberately targeted by Israeli snipers and drones. Children deliberately targeted and murdered. And they came back to the United States and they went to the New York Times and they published an op-ed and they showed the New York Times editors the evidence, and it was published by the New York Times of Israel deliberately targeting children in Gaza. And he tried to do a "that's not how snipers work" thing. Now, I don't know what sniper unit he served with, but he was out there calling those American doctors and medical professionals liars. This is the guy who calls me a liar, by the way. What? What did I lie about, bud? You frolicked in Israel with Elon Levy, who was such a liar, he was fired by Israel. I'll say that again. Israel's official spokesman, Elon Levy, got fired by Benjamin Netanyahu for lying too much. You hung out with that guy. You were smiling and frolicking with that guy. You are the definition of a scumbag. There he is. There you are. This is the essence of who LonerBox is. Never forget that this guy is a genocide defender. Never forget that when Destiny violated somebody that he was supposedly in a relationship with, he put his head down and hid, as opposed to standing up to Destiny. You pathetic fucking loser. Also, he's such a Destiny. Did Destiny pick out your shirt, man? Like, it looks like you guys got the same stylist. I've never seen someone this fucking... This is the most pathetic loser I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, we already watched that video. What a pathetic fucking loser,
with this as well. LonerBox quit streaming because of Hassan. Again, never said that. Never said I was quitting. Never said my stepping back was because of him. This tweet is fake. Yeah, obviously, I just... Dumb fuck. It's funny that Hassan actually thought this, though. He thought that I decided to take a step back.
No, you literally said... This is the other thing that's very funny. You literally said that Hassan watching videos about you being a genocide denier. Now, you didn't say you were genocide. You said, Hassan watched videos about Empanada, and now my channel is dying. And you blame Hassan rather than your own actions, you dumb piece of shit. If there's one person in the entire planet who doesn't attack people unfairly, it's Hassan. In fact, I think Hassan is too nice. This is something that I've said many times to him. I'm just like, you are too good faith. You are too nice. Like, you give people way too much runway, and they use it to attack you. Like, you're too nice. Now, I'm not saying you need to be me, but like, god damn, they're bad faith 8 times, and Hassan lets them get away with it. That's always been my disagreement with Hassan. It is what it is. Now, I like Hassan being Hassan. As much as I say that, I actually don't want him to change. I like the fact that he's like this. I think it's good that he is one of those people that is always reaching out and is willing to forgive. I think that's good. Different strokes, different folks. You know, I'm not criticizing Hassan. I'm just saying, in most of the interactions he's had with people who became his enemy, he was incredibly good faith. They are the ones who became hostile first.
Because I couldn't handle what was coming from him in terms of the amount of bullshit that he said about me. His response to that was just to say that he'd only spoken about me once. In this video...
Actually, Hassan promoted LonerBox. When LonerBox was a Destiny orbiter who was attacking Hassan on a regular basis, he published a video about, like, Israel or something, and Hassan watched it, and I was like, don't promote this guy. He's anti-left. He's anti-you. This also isn't a good video. Like this is true. So if anything, LonerBox got boosted by Hassan unwittingly. I don't know which dumb fucking chatter or mod or whatever gave him LonerBox's videos as good, but I was malding about that when it happened. I was like, no, don't trust this fucking guy. He's a DGGer.
This video, Hassan just sits there and says, bro, I only talked about him once for 30 minutes. I'm like, mate, what are you talking about? You have an online footprint. We can see your videos. We can see the amount of times you've said that I was paid by the Israeli government to support war crimes. And like,
I don't think you're important enough to get paid by the Israeli government. I actually think that you did war crimes apologia for free. Like, if you got paid, I would at least respect you as a mercenary. Like, I would categorize you as a mercenary, but I think you're not smart enough to be a mercenary. Like, right, you're doing this for free. You're doing this because you were orbiting Destiny, and Destiny started to do genocide apologia because he saw it as an opportunity to get on debate shows, right? Like, you're defending crimes because you orbit an intellectual sophist and mercenary. So you're not even on that level. You're more of like a camp follower of a mercenary who's defending crimes. How many videos by Loner have Hassan in the thumbnail? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. How many do you think? There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. 4 with fool and liar over their heads. There's another Destiny thumbnail. Let's see here. I don't want to like examine this. Terrorist apologia, attacking majority report. Just something to notice. Left-wing anti-Semitism with my face, Hassan's face, Brogan's face, Denham's face, Badapanada's face. The dangers of left-wing anti-Semitism, which has a problem. Brogan equating them with actual Nazis. Hassan again. There's another one. Another Badapanada. I mean, do you see it? There's more, right? Attacking Hakeem, Trump shooting Destiny gooning. So I guess this must be the first time he became aware of some of Destiny's crimes, and he just wanted to help him categorize it as gooning. Harmless gooning, chat. Who doesn't masturbate? You know, that's harmless gooning. He who cast the first stone. The Nakba is bullshit. Wow. Marxist-Leninist tries to white-splain ML. Orbit's a guy who regularly says the N-word and is trying to do racial shaming of leftists. Is there one issue where he's not a total scumbag? Not one. Not one. Another Hassan video. Another Hassan video. Literally defending Destiny in this debate where he looked like a total fucking idiot. Another anti-Frogan Hassan video. An anti-Taylor Lorenz. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, maybe he was pro-Taylor this time. Another pro-Destiny video. Another pro-Destiny video. Lav confronts Destiny. Does Destiny punch left too much?
People might not feel that when it comes to the vibes that are put on in the media. When we talk about economic stability and when we talk about like...
When you have your fights like between left and right online, do you feel like you're doing it proportionately to the like political threat or power that they have, or do you have like other incentives in your head or like other reasons?
It depends on what issues are popular at the time. It depends on who's existing in my particular sphere, and it depends on what
who's existing in my particular sphere. Wow, what an important thing.
We're in particular focusing on.
That's what I feel like I struggle with, is because when I used to watch you fight with leftists for the last like few years, I never really understood like the disproportionality of it, especially because of your leanings like politically, or definitely more left than right.
By the way, if you look at Destiny and say he leans more left than right because he votes for the Democratic Party, then you don't have a basic understanding of political reality and political science. Like, this is the problem with somebody like LonerBox. Like, talking about him is just like honestly a drag on my channel. Like, he's so irrelevant that people that are here to hear me talk about politics leave because I'm talking about somebody as irrelevant as LonerBox.
But then I noticed myself, for some reason, there's just something so much more tempting about going after like far left extremism than right wing. But I wonder if that's because it's people that you hold to a higher standard, or if it's just because it's like it feels worse when critique comes from your own side.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of two things. I think one is that they're just in your area more. Like, it would be weird if you went to the Republican National Convention or something and you took out your phone and you were fighting, you know, with far left people or something, when you have so many Republicans around you to fight with, you know. And then two, I think that because you are supposedly aligned more on core values, the differentiation.
I don't have any core values with Destiny. I don't have any core values that align with Destiny. Not one thing. Not one thing.
applied values is a lot more irritating. You know, if you're like if you're a 15 an hour far left person and you're sitting next to a Republican who doesn't believe in minimum wage, and it's like, okay, well, you're dumb. But if you're sitting next to somebody that purportedly shares your values, they're center left or whatever, or another far left person, and they don't want a 15-hour minimum wage, well, now there's like a huge problem. Like the Republican.
You were a person who opposed a $15 minimum wage. My very first debate on this entire platform was on the $15 minimum wage against All Relevant. All Relevant was following Destiny and saying that a $15 minimum wage was not plausible. You're saying the $15 minimum wage, but that's an example of something that you were debating against and calling me economically illiterate for it. And by the way, chat, in the debate, I brought up evidence from an economist showing that that raising the minimum wage doesn't cause job loss or inflation, and that went on to later win the Nobel Prize. I brought up research that was so cutting edge that it went on to win the Nobel Economics Prize 2 years later for proving that the minimum wage does not cause increased inflation / job loss. And they were calling me economically illiterate at the time. That show, and now he tries to assume, now he's just like, oh, $50 minimum wage, that's common sense. Bitch, you were against it. And why was he against it?
It's not supposed to agree with you. The Republicans not supposed to support minimum wage. It's not part of their values. But another left-leaning person like you should be. So something is really wrong with them or really wrong with you.
That's
and
you.
That's, I think,
that's ironically, that was you.
where a lot of the fighting comes from.
I always feel like when it comes to, being in that specific area as well, because when far left people, they don't really have, I don't think they have really any power in like national politics, at least here in America. But this is one of the last countries on earth you're going to see like a socialist or communist revolution. But in social media, like in our space, they seem to have quite a lot of power, or at least a lot of influence. But at the end of the day, these are mostly people who are probably not going to vote, or if they do vote, they'll probably just vote Democrat.
Yeah,
So.
I was going to say their influence is definitely overblown. I feel like a lot of people just rather be keyboard warriors and go outside and actually like canvass and try to get people to vote. And
I think one of the things is that canvassing is also masturbatory. And this is this is the take that's going to be, that's damaging but true. But so because it is iconoclastic, it is necessary. Canvassing in the way that we do it for political campaigns is very ineffective. And the effectiveness of it increases a variety of ways. Number one, it becomes more effective the longer the conversation you're having, which means you do less numbers, right? And two, it works more in places in campaigns where there's not a lot of money spent. So people are having conversations with you without preconceived notions or opinions. Once you start dropping $30 million in ads into a campaign district, knocking on the door is not going to outweigh an opinion a person has of you that has been formed by like tens of millions of dollars of paid advertising to their face. Okay, like if I knocked on Dylan Burns's front door and had a conversation with him, do you think he would be like, I like Mike from PA now?
Republicans online, even though they're maybe harder to find or to get immediate access to, at least for me, they do vote and they do want to like maybe march on the Capitol again with a bit more practice this time.
Outside of like the burnt out hippie movement and those types of like older type of far leftists, there are more far leftists.
Hippie movement is not far leftist. It never was.
Among very young people, but there's a few problems. The first problem is those people don't really turn out to vote at the same rates of much older people who are not far left at all. And so even if at a higher percentage on average, they are on the far left, if you, number one, reject electoral politics, then you're not...
Okay, first, a couple of things here. This is a conversation of idiots, of midwits, with all due respect to LonerBox there. This is a conversation of midwits. What are you going to do? Turn out and vote for Joe Biden? Like, guys, if we all just came out and voted for Joe Biden more, they would therefore produce far left candidates. What are you talking about? It's just it's a laughably stupid point. Voting for going out there and voting for Emmanuel Macron, is that going to make the left fucking grow? Is voting for Keir Starmer going to make the far left grow, you fucking dumbass? Like, of course not. We don't have, like, yeah, if there is a bunch of far left candidates with a legitimate mass party and they're running candidates, you should absolutely go out and vote for them. But voting for some right winger is not going to make the left stronger. It's just an asinine argument.
Come on. Anyway. it's just, again, seeing how all of this unfolded from these guys, from Mike, from Hassan, from Bad and Panada, like, I don't really like the way most people have covered a lot of this with the sweeper hunting or the like punitive fucking internet mob justice or the way that
stop
the
being so mean to the sex criminals. Guys, stop being so mean to the sex criminals who have been a blight on politics space for half of a decade. Let them get away from all their crimes. Let them commit their sexual crimes and abuse their audiences. Stop being so mean to them. Stop ruining my career.
Hankies have handled it, obviously, because I don't think any of them care about victims. They just care about destroying Steven. It's like,
hey, LonerBox, how much have you raised for Pixie?
But the ineptitude of the way they've handled this as well. I swear, like, if there ever was a revolution, these guys they'd all be in the gulag with me. All of them. Just for crimes of sheer ineptitude. It would be me, Hassan, Sunday, Bad and Panada, Mike from PA. We'd just be vibing. So
no, we wouldn't be vibing. We wouldn't be vibing. We'd drown you. We would. You know what they used to do in concentration camps with somebody who was a collaborator with fascism? Do you know what they would do? They would drown them in the latrine. Like, isn't that crazy what they would do?
hopefully that clears up a few things from my end. Hopefully. Ironically, the only person I think I've seen who's covered this with any level of like care and accuracy for all this has been fucking Queeman. I haven't watched that much of everyone, but he's the only one I think I've seen who was very careful not to leak details about people before anything went public, and after things happened, he was very careful to make sure he had like evidence for each particular claim. Like, yeah, he's probably the only one I think who came close to handling this with any level of responsibility. So it's funny that like the rest of the
you guys handle accusations with responsibility. The DGGer in chief, they're handling accusations with responsibility. When you just got off of encouraging people to accuse people of anti-Semitism off totally fabricated facts responsibly, guys.
Community or from like the tanky sphere, the people who always tell you to read theory and shit, even though they can't understand basic words. It's like, yeah, Queeman is probably the only one. I wonder how that feels for the other ones, that they basically got outclassed by Chud Logic's twink bastard son. As for what I'm doing, I actually am going on a break after this, by the way. I'm not gonna make a load of content about this. I just wanted to clarify things that were mostly like irritating me in terms of the way people were behaving.
You're not built for this.
I'm not going to make a content arc out of this. I'm ultimately just like pretty disappointed. I didn't really want things to go. I really would like to imagine there'd be a world where things didn't go this way, but you know, here we are. I look forward to sometimes.
That's true. Love mass ownage is vetted candidates. Well, I mean, here's the thing about running for political office. It takes an entire year of your life. How many of you could quit your job for a year and run for office? How many of you have the ability to just stop working for a year and run for office? It's pretty hard for someone to both be a responsible adult and also quit their job unless they're already rich. That's the big impediment.
Back when I can like brand myself as the only remaining political streamer who doesn't have doesn't have sex scandals and doesn't support terrorists. For some reason, it's always one or the other.
You support IDF. And what terrorists do I support? Tier 3, Okati, thank you for the tier 3. Terrorists. A word that just means anybody who resists the United States of America with by force of arms.
But no. As much as I'd love to capitalize on this and farm content of it for the next month, nah, the break starts after tomorrow, like properly, when I don't have to worry about this bullshit. Okay, that's us. Love the misogynistic implications to Pixie by calling you a cuck over all this and not prioritizing victims first. Yeah, it is what it is.
I prioritize the victims. That's why they quote tweeted me, and we're very thankful from our community. For example, one of the members of our community gave $10,000. That's crazy.
If you were concerned about keeping things quiet, what are your thoughts on Sunday's actions? President Sunday? Okay. I need to get all my comments on this in just for the time being. Like, President Sunday has, for reasons that will probably only become apparent to him in the next 200 years, has done so much more damage than help anyone. Usually whenever Sunday does something stupid, I'll be like, okay, probably going to take a 6-month break from talking to him, maybe a 1 month break.
Are you going to cover Tulsi Cash? Probably.
For Sunday, it's forever. There's no. I'd become friends with Hassan before I become friends with Sunday. Like, just so you guys know.
Nobody asked you to be their friend, LonerBox. Nobody asked you. I watched the Sunday video. I ended up not promoting it because he's a dumb piece of shit. Like, and I say this with all the true disrespect to President Sunday, but the reason why I never watched his video or promoted it to you guys is because in his mind, if somebody commits a horrifying crime against you, if you sue them, that makes you equivalent in some way. So the fact that Pixie was saying to Destiny, I want to punish Destiny for leaking my private videos, that's somehow evidence that she's bad now. And she's profiteering. And it's like, no, motherfucker, if somebody commits a crime against me, I will want them to have to pay for it. Especially if they're a rich motherfucker who gets away with it with impunity. This is why President Sunday is a dumb piece of shit. There's this dumb opinion that if somebody wrongs you and you sue them for money, somehow that makes your the crime done against you not bad. If somebody commits a crime against me and I have a cause of action, I'm going to sue them for every fucking red cent I can get, especially if they're a rich piece of shit. Fuck you. And if you ever questioned somebody's victimhood because they sued somebody for money, you're an asshole. Fuck you. It's a punishment. In our capitalist society, taking somebody's shit is one of the most effective punishments that we can do. I hope Pixie makes every dollar she wants. I hope she bankrupts Destiny. Fuck you, President Sunday. He insinuated she was extorting money from him. Yeah, it's not extortion. It's called, I'm going to sue you for the crimes you committed. That's not extortion. That's a legal threat based on grounds. It's not extortion to say, pay up or else you owe me, you fucking criminal. That's not extortion.
What a despicable, like, rancid fucking cunt. Obviously, because he has decided to behave in the most irresponsible, brain-dead, destructive kind of way. President Sunday has, I think this is him in Spicy Chat. He's very quickly decided to throw in.
LonerBox is fundamentally self-interested and cowardly. He disappeared more or less silently right when this was accelerating. Alternatively, Destiny had him in mind when he thought of the 20 others he's take down with them. Part of me wonders if LonerBox isn't partly responsible for spreading the leaks around. And by the way, I don't know about this second one. This is just speculation, but this first one is objectively true. I may not like President Sunday because he's stupid comments about Pixie, you fucking asshole. But he's right about this. LonerBox is fundamentally self-interested, and he realizes that his whole community was built off of orbiting Destiny. Now, you know who isn't this kind of, honestly, I have been surprised. The content creator that I dislike because he was a Destiny orbiter, and that's just embarrassing, but who's very self-aware of what he is, which is he understands that he's a scumbag and a lowlife. All right. However, actually took on Destiny head on when he felt like Destiny harmed his friends, which shows a certain type of character, is the J Stalker guy. Apparently his name is not Jew Stalker. That was just a lie made up by Destiny. Sorry for spreading that. But that J Stalker guy found out that his friends were being sexually abused by Destiny through these revenge porn links, and he just went on the attack and disassociated with himself, which means even though he's a scumbag lowlife, and he knows that, he at least has the moral system of, oh, wow, you're sexually harassing my friends. You're mistreating my friends. I'm going to call you a piece of shit. LonerBox is such a fucking cowardly little bitch that he just slinks away in shame without doing anything to right the wrong. What a loser.
Alternative explanations. LonerBox is fundamentally self-interested and cowardly. He disappeared more or less silently right when this was accelerating. Alternatively, Destiny had him in mind when he
How's
thought
IRI doing through this whole thing? Who? How is IRI doing these days? I mean, everything he said, by the way, the most narcissistic... Wow. I remember when Destiny got banned off of Twitch. If somebody... Tidy, if you could find me this tweet, it's one of my favorite tweets of all time. When Destiny got banned off Twitch, I'm Really Important said, everybody should make plans to move to a different platform because politics on Twitch is dead. Without Destiny, he was the only creator that would help people who were not already big. The politics on Twitch is toast. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I remember the last time I talked to this first of all, when I talked to this guy, last time I talked to this guy in person was at like a TwitchCon many years ago. And he was such an ingratiating little smarmy fuck. And also the name, I'm really important. I'm really important. That's incredible. I just want to show like career trajectories. I would say at about sometime in early 2019, Destiny declared me his enemy. I would say it was probably like November or December 2019, and tried his best to like deplatform me. He said that nobody should have me on their stream. If anybody has me on their stream, he'll punish them. I only am using him to gain clout, and I'm irrelevant. So stop supporting Mike from PA. This was somewhere around November, December 2019. This is my career since then. So I was at 260 viewers, somewhere around there. Now we're at average for January was 3,739. 110 hours streamed. So we were like, what up? Like what? 150 times? I mean, like we're like what, or like sorry, like 15 times bigger now, something like that. How's his career? So he was streaming before me. Let's see here. So he was at 58 viewers in August of 2019, 50 some hours streamed. Now he's at 226. Not bad. Not bad, man. Way to go. I mean, you're down off your peak. The line's kind of flat. I don't know. I just think maybe this isn't for you, Every single one of his like most liked things are Destiny related. Here he is at an Israeli protest. There's an Israeli flag.
Bottle at me before you leave. Another one.
Listen.
Yeah. No, come on. No, you said.
Her number.
No.
I want to get her number.
No, you're
Let me get her number.
You're not.
I don't know. Just career trajectory. Something to keep in mind, chat. Something to keep in mind. According to Twitch Tracker, I'm the 233rd largest English channel in the world. 514th overall. Wow, that's pretty good. How are you doing, man? You'll get there. You'll get there one day. Keep it up, man. Keep trying. Keep it up.
20 others he'd take down with him. Part of me wonders if LonerBox isn't partly responsible for spreading the leaks around. What the f is this? Is this just like play a game of guess the accusation? Random accusation generator? What the f? He's obviously on the back foot a little bit, because I think most people agree that he behaved like an absolute cunt in this whole escapade. It was going to come out eventually he was just a catalyst. No, he's not a catalyst. He is like a nuclear level of careless, destructive, self-interested, just like all the bad, notice
that LonerBox is mad at President Sunday for basically for showing the leaks. This is actually what he's mad. That's why he keeps calling it destructive. Like, what did President Sunday destroy? What did President Sunday destroy? The only thing President Sunday destroyed was Destiny. Now, that's the only person who was hit. Like, I guess LonerBox as collateral damage. Oh, I found it? Oh, thank you. This will close off the I'm really important segment. Twitch politics is pretty fucked with Destiny and Vosh banned. You think Assad is going to help anyone grow or go on panels? LOL. Time to think hard about opting out of Twitch partnerships so I can stream on YouTube and Twitch. What a bummer. This will age about as well as this prediction. What was the other prediction he made? What was the other thing? Without Destiny, the Twitch politics space will be a ghost town in 6 months. People don't realize how much he props up our slice of Twitch. No other big streamers go on politics panels or bring smaller streamers on their channel. I recommend everyone start expanding to YouTube. I wrote LOL. This was September 20th, 2020. Now, if you were to show I'm really important this, the first thing that he would do is ban you, because he can't handle this. He can't handle this. If he saw this, I laughed at him. I mocked him. I said his opinions and predictions were stupid. I said, my stream is 5x bigger since your last prediction of Doom, by the way. Nice of you to unblock me to comment. I hope you're doing well, Michael. You blocked me for laughing at your last prediction of Doom, so okay, Keck W. Let's see what people wrote in my replies. You aren't one to talk about bad predictions, my guy. Okay. Nothing ages as bad as your terrible takes on anything. Being scuffed Assad waiting room isn't a feat. Go back to being homeless, Mike. You're not a politics guy. Not really. All you care about is clout. You grift children. IRI bans them. Actually, my audience is one of the oldest on Twitch. Objectively, according to the numbers. This is all Destiny viewers, by the way. Humiliated by what? Beating Destiny in a debate launched my career. Tell him thanks, by the way. I can't seem to find his Twitch channel. Oh, man. I haven't changed a bit. I haven't changed a bit. By the way, this is what he was good Hobbit form. You're saying that I look like world famous actor Anthony Serkis or Andy Serkis. Is that his name? It's Andy Serkis, right? Andy Serkis. One of my favorite actors, by the way. Hell fucking yeah, dude. I do look like him. He's the fucking GOAT. His scenes in Andor are some of my favorite scenes of all time. Of like any recent show produced of slop. Hell yeah, dude. By the way, every single one of these people, I wonder if they still, what are they do? What are they saying about Destiny? What are they saying about Destiny, guys? Wait, is he a Hassan fan now? Oh, this guy's defending me now? I converted this guy? Nice. All right, that's good. Redemption arc. Oh, man. That's funny. Thank you, Tiny, for showing me that. That was really funny. Holy shit. I think what IRI was saying is that his channel was going to die because he couldn't successfully orbit Destiny.
Adjective you can possibly think of for a person is embodied in this piece of shit. But he got his content, you know? Didn't Sunday also say awful things about Pixie? Yeah, he did, yeah. He went pretty out there. Just to reiterate, everything I said...
Notice that LonerBox doesn't say anything about what he said about Pixie. He only focused on how destructive he was. Dude, President Sunday read you for filth, LonerBox. He understands you don't give a shit about Pixie. He doesn't care about the crimes that were committed by Destiny. You're just mad that you got caught. That's it. Oh my God, dude. How does anybody like this shit? Like, honest to God. Like, I think, how does one empathize with a sociopath? How does one empathize with a sociopath? Is it possible? I don't know how. I submitted a portrait of you in the Discord. I really need to like up my camera. Oh, this is fire. This pasta bod. Honestly, I should totally like print this. Honestly, I should get this printed and hang it in my house. That's the kind of narcissism we're looking for. That's great. Everybody go on the Discord and give that a fire emoji. I'm an empath and can always empathize with them. How?
At the beginning of the stream.
All right, anyway, LonerBox, enjoy your retirement, you fucking loser. All right, what else are we gonna say? Oh, wait, I was watching Chris. Okay. Woo. Let's watch some content, huh? Why is the U.S. always at war? Why does the U.S. go to war? Hakeem. Hey,
gang. This episode.
Okay, there you go. Hakeem and Second Thought constantly. I guess they both published a thing about the U.S. going to war, which is very funny. My guess is they were talking about it. They're both like, that's a good idea for a video. And they both made the video. Can you please recommend me some sources and books and video about the whole situation concerning China and Tibet? Because my liberal friend saw the movie 7 Years in Tibet, and now he hates China. Your friend saw a movie that was propaganda and a dumb movie. He doesn't know anything about Tibet, but now he hates an entire country. Does your friend watch like Dances with Wolves so that hates America? Like, what are you talking about? I think your friend might hate them for more than just that reason. That movie is based off the memoir of an SS officer? No shot. By the way, so thank you, Miss Pastabot. I really do like that. You should DM me. It is based on Austrian mountaineer and Schutzstaffel Sergeant Heinrich Herrers about his experience in Tibet between 1944 and 1951. Their German citizenship results in their imprisonment in a British prisoner of war camp. He becomes introduced to the Dalai Lama. So the Dalai Lama takes an SS officer as his tutor, and you want me to argue against this fucking shit? In 1939, Austrian mountaineer Heinrich Herrer leaves his pregnant wife to join Peter Aufschnaiter in a team now attempt to summit Naja Parbat in India. By the way, why were Nazis in India? Because they were trying to prove the Aryan race hypothesis. He was such a devout Nazi that he was going to India to prove the Indo-European Aryan race hypothesis. You want me to debunk this movie? His son Rolf sends him a cold letter in which he says he is not his father. Yeah, no shit. You abandoned your son. Oh my God. He becomes the Dalai Lama's tutor in world geography, science, and Western culture. A Nazi becomes I didn't know this. I didn't know the Dalai Lama's tutor was a Nazi. Well, thank you for this info. During the Tweety sighting, Kungo Tazarong tells Hera that if Jigme had not destroyed the weapons supply, the Tibetan guerrillas could have held the mountain passes for months or years, long enough to appeal to other nations for help. The pre-invasion visit of Chinese Communist negotiator De Lhasa arriving at an airfield constructed by Tibetans and the departure for China after a brief conference with their Tibetan counterparts, including the desecration of a sand mandala as well as the religion is poison remark as depicted in the film, did not occur. The film has a number of significant differences from the book. At the beginning of the film, Harrer, who notably climbed the north face of the Eiger in 1938, is hailed as a German hero and replies, "Thank you, but I'm Austrian." To have said that in 1939 would have been extremely bold, since Austria had been part of the Greater Germany since the Anschluss of April 8, 1938. In the book, Harrer says nothing about any such remark. Additionally, during the scene at the train station, Harrer appears hostile to the Nazi party, taking the Nazi flag with reluctance. The real-life Heinrich Harrer was in fact a Nazi SS Schutzstaffel NCO. It stated in his 1938 book that as a member of the German Alpine Association, we climbed up the north face of the Eiger over the summit and up to our Führer. The film makes Harrer's son a key theme, but in the book, Harrer does not mention his wife or son. He had in fact been married and divorced, as the film shows, but his ex-wife's new husband was killed during the war, and Harrer's son was raised by his ex-wife's mother. In his autobiography, Harrer gives details of his contact with his son, but nothing to support what the film shows. In the book, Harrer says there was little to tie him to his home as one of the reasons for staying in Tibet and not returning to Europe. So chatter, my debunking of 7 Years of Tibet is that it's a propaganda film based on a book written by a Nazi and full of factually inaccurate propaganda. Is there anything else that you need me to do? I mean, a Wikipedia search kind of handled debunking this piece of shit. As the film was being released, it was condemned by the government of the People's Republic of China, which stated the communist Chinese military officers were intentionally shown as rude and arrogant, brutalizing the local people. I mean, like, give me a fucking break, guys. Guys, I watched 7 Years in Tibet. Now I hate China. I don't know what to do. Okay, well, why don't you look up the past of the film? Man, it's almost like the people that really hate communists are Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. It's almost like everyone who hates a communist is fucking sussy. I was talking to my landlord the other day, and he said pre-China Tibet was the closest thing we've ever had to communism. They were a slave society where they would, with a hereditary theocracy. Huh? Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for that, chat. Thank you for asking me that question. Why do Americans do this? Am I the only American that can type things into a search bar? Am I the only one who could read? It's like incredible.
This episode is brought to you by Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. Stick around after the episode to learn a bit more about Means and to snag a nice little discount as a thank you for supporting my channel. Right, I need to talk about two separate things. And at first, this is going to make sense, and then it won't for a second. And then it's going to start making sense again. Stick with me though, because I can't do this any other way. So we all know the US spends an insane amount on war. Bigger defense budget than the next 10 countries combined. Trillions to the DoD every year. And when you compare what we spend on wars to everything else, it's really bad. What not many people know, though, is that so much of this is waste. And not just like, war is bad, spend that money better waste. I mean, literal waste. According to an official report, trillions of dollars of military equipment are just unaccounted for. As in, the Pentagon literally can't find it. We also overspend so much on weapons that the military will often outright reject new equipment because it doesn't know what to do with it. Great, that's thing number one. Here's thing number two. So for a bit over half a century now, despite all their disagreements, the world's major countries have consistently agreed on something, and that's where to have their wars. Here, in the Middle East. Those of us living in Western Europe and North America, we've barely experienced anything that looks like conflict since World War II.
By the way, chat, I'm looking more into this accident in DC, and it looks like it was completely the military's fault, and they violate. It was. So yesterday, as we looked through it, I was like, wow, this is really. I was like, why are these helicopters crossing in the approach path? And I was like, this seems incredibly like the helicopter pilot was completely at fault, and we said that the pilots of the airliner did everything right. No, it's just the military was violating the rules and constantly nearly crashing into planes all the time, and they were just, it was basically the equivalent of cops just running red lights because they can.
But in that same time, there have been dozens of wars in or between countries in West Asia and North Africa. And there's obviously been a lot of that going on this past year. Israel's been on a genocidal campaign against Palestinians in Gaza, and they clearly want to move towards regional escalation by bombing Yemen, Syria, Iran, and Lebanon. Nothing new here. The US has been doing pretty much the same thing in this part of the world for decades. We invaded Iraq and Afghanistan in the 2000s and led many, many, many drone campaigns in Pakistan, Libya, Somalia, and most of the countries I've already mentioned. Great, that was the second thing. These two things may seem a little contradictory. On the one hand, you have weapons sitting there and being useless, and on the other, an incredibly excessive use of guns and bombs.
Well, because when you have a bomb, you're like, oh man, I built a bomb and it lasts 25 years and we haven't been in it, and well, it's about to go bad. Well, I guess we need to explode it. The more weapons you have, the more you want to use them. It's very straightforward. It's not complicated. And if you remember, every time we build a fucking battleship or a destroyer or a fighter jet, we're not building a bridge or fixing a pothole or building apartments. We're using resources and we're using the mind of our geniuses for this dumbass jet. And a lot of people, and this is honest and truly the reality, a lot of people just like boom. Oh, that's cool. I like bombs. That's literally what the minds are of a significant portion of the population. Oh, it's so cool. I saw a bomb go boom. 98% of Tibetans were enslaved before Mao's forces liberated Tibet. It's very important to understand, though, that Tibet was not an independent country. Tibet was a province of the Republic of China. Tibet was not an independent country. It wasn't absorbed by the communists. It was part of the Chinese government prior, and they were just winning the civil war. They were an ethnic minority within China, but that was always part of China.
But these two things aren't just related. They're mutually reinforcing pillars of a complicated system of international trade that slowly took shape in the second half of the 20th century. A shift in how control was split up between major powers, their vassal states, and a few key companies who, together, are constantly throwing us in the path of war and destruction, doing everything they can to push us towards waste, price gouging, and casually accepting the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people abroad. And understanding that relationship is the key to understanding both the motivations of the American empire and the constant bloodshed in the Middle East. And the last piece of this puzzle is this little graph you can actually use to predict the next war. This is a graph showing two things: the price of oil and whether or not the biggest half dozen or so oil companies have a good ROI. And what's crazy about this graph is that when the line goes down, it takes a war to bring it back up. What this graph shows is that since around the 60s, almost every single war in the Middle East came after a moment of the petrocorp, the top fossil fuel companies, doing worse than the average Fortune 500 company. Before every conflict, fossil fuel companies were trailing behind. During every conflict, they start beating the average. And most importantly, they never managed to beat the odds without a war breaking out first. And I think you know why. Most of us understand that a lot of wars in the Middle East are about oil. We're usually told it's for other reasons, but we're not stupid.
Chemical weapons, terror attacks, cruel war against Kuwait, of mass destruction, Saddam Hussein, Hamas, violent extremism.
The invasion of Iraq was supposedly brought on because Saddam Hussein had WMDs, except he didn't. The invasion of Afghanistan was pitched as retaliation for 9/11 and for Afghan women's liberation. Also excuses that led to 20 years of objective military failure and worsening living conditions for millions. And the current genocide is, of course, explained away as the inevitable consequence of October 7th. We've heard that wars are caused by sectarian religious conflict, or that they're noble Western crusades against intolerable tyranny and spread democracy. Or if those don't work, we're often fed the racist myth that the Middle East is somehow backwards or full of people that are inherently more violent. Every excuse has been tried, and that's despite the fact that top US officials have explicitly admitted that the oil interests are behind conflicts like Iraq. Frankly, it's not surprising. Bush Jr. and...
Okay, by the way, if you want to know what the quote was, of course it's about oil. We can't really deny that, said General John Abizad, former head of U.S. Central Command and Military Operations in Iraq in 2007. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan agreed, writing in his memoir, "I'm sad that it is politically inconvenient to acknowledge what everyone knows. The Iraq war is largely about oil." Then Senator and now Defense Secretary Chuck Hagel said the same in 2007. "People say we're not fighting for oil. Of course we are." I remember when saying these wars were about oil made you a conspiracy theorist.
Frankly, it's not surprising. Bush Jr. and Dick Cheney were both white-collar oil guys, and Exxon, Chevron, BP, and Shell collectively spent more money on the 2000 election to get them into office than on any election before. No one was shocked when these two sailed into Iraq on the axis of evil rhetoric, and those same companies that got them elected won unprecedented access to Iraqi oil fields they'd been eyeing since at least the late 90s. But if Iraq was obvious, it's less clear what all these other wars have to do with it. That is, unless you understand a little bit about the price of oil. After World War II, America didn't want to be seen as just another colonial power. It didn't want to deal with the same headaches as the British because countries were gaining their independence, and the Soviets made anti-colonialism globally popular right as the Cold War kicked off. At the same time, these countries that were gaining independence, specifically countries rich in oil, were taking their oil fields and refineries back from American, British, and French hands and started OPEC, an organization that would unite them, sporadically restrict the flow of oil, and make sure they'd get a healthy profit from a resource that, up until then, was mostly making Western companies money and leaving them with nothing. The problem was that while they had the infrastructure to extract and process the oil, they didn't necessarily have a good way to sell it. The logistics there required these massive Western oil companies. And politically, they also knew that kicking out Western powers completely was taking a risky gamble against countries known for responding aggressively to that sort of thing. So this is what happened instead. All the oil majors, those 6 or 7 big companies, agreed to give up formal control over a lot of oil production. Since they were no longer in control of all the profits, though, they knew that if they were going to have this power taken away from them, it would have to be worth it. In exchange for giving up some of their power, oil majors expected to see higher returns than when they were fully in charge. And they got it. The next 30 years saw the net profit of these companies soar. And that's because everyone involved found new ways to play with price. It became in the interest of both oil-producing countries and these Western companies acting as middlemen, and the Western countries behind them, to set the price of oil as high as possible. Unlike what you hear in every Econ 101 class, the price of oil has very little to do with supply and demand, and a lot more to do with people's expectations. In any given year, the production and consumption of oil barely fluctuate, between 2 and 3% of each other. There's rarely too much oil, there's rarely too little. And so what you'd expect is for the price to stay relatively stable. But that's not what we see. Take the 60s. The supply started outpacing demand, and the reserves of oil were building up, so the prices did what Econ 101 would expect them to. They fell. But then the 70s came. Just like during the 60s, more oil was going into storage than was being used. Except this time, post-division of labor between the Petro Corps and OPEC, the price changed like crazy. Up 16% in 1971.
Yeah, and exactly. This is called economic power. The OPEC countries got together and they said, "Hey, if we just coordinate to raise prices, we'll be able to rent seek off this oil. We will be able to soak profits for the rest of the world." That's the reality.
4% in 1972, 6% in 1973, and 228% in 1974. Same thing between 1975 and 1980. More barrels were being pumped out than could be absorbed, but unlike your Econ 101 predictions, the price kept going up.
Yeah, because just because they have it doesn't mean they're selling it. Duh. That's the same thing with real estate. It's the same thing with housing. Do you think housing is expensive to make? Do you think it really costs $1 million to build a small house in California? Do you really think that? Does anybody think that? It doesn't. What's happening is there's a bunch of land and territory and buildings that are not being developed and are being held. Drive around Los Angeles, California for 5 fucking minutes. And you know what you see more than anything? Urban blight. Abandoned towers, abandoned buildings, rotten empty lots, Parking lots without a single car, but surrounded by a fence. Go around LA for 5 minutes. I, honest to God, can't believe that California hasn't voted Republican already. Like, that's the thing that's crazy to me is the just apparent failure to do anything right. It's actually sad. It's not to say that there aren't great things about LA. I think LA is great. But what I'm trying to say is the problems with LA are all decided to be, they just allow to happen. It's fucking crazy. The average block in LA is worse than the worst block in Vienna. This is a fact.
In the 80s, the story flipped. Suddenly, there wasn't enough oil to meet consumption. But instead of that meaning high prices, like standard supply and demand theory would tell you should happen, the price crashed. That's because the price of oil depends not on what the actual amount of oil out there is. There's too much of it, pretty much always, either already pumped out or ready to be at a moment's notice. No, what decides the price at the end of the day is rarely ever actual scarcity. What matters is perceived future scarcity. And the thing that makes the expected future—
Chat, should we watch the Content Nuke? All right, I just had a genius bait. We'll finish this video. Not the Content Nuke of Ethan Klein. The Content Nuke of Destiny by Ryan Beard. What if we bait everybody? We bait everybody, and we watch the Content Nuke of Destiny. That is the best bait. Why am I genius? It's Friday. It's fun day. We'll finish this video. Let's just make Friday fun day and just bait everybody. Content Nuke dropped. I'll put Content Nuke drop at everyone in my Discord. Watching the Content Nuke, exclamation point, and we watched the Ryan Beard one making fun of Destiny. And also, I want to boost that video anyway. I want that to grab the algorithm. Since Ethan Klein is taking so long to drop his nuke on Hassan, we should promote what am I doing? Why didn't I think of this before? Okay. We're gonna do that.
Future scarcity shoot up more than anything else is the fear of what might happen if a war broke out in the part of the world sitting on some of the largest reserves of oil. Energy conflicts, especially in this part of the world, always get confident sellers to charge higher prices and anxious buyers to foot the bill. It doesn't necessarily
matter. Would any of these Content Nukes qualify as slander or libel? The answer is it depends on what's in the Content Nuke. If the Content Nuke is knowingly spreading false information, then yeah, it would be slander or libel, of course.
Matter if the oil production or shipping is actually affected, mind you. Just the possibility that it might be is almost always enough to pump up oil prices when the fighting is happening where, at least in 1972, about 2/3 of the total world reserves were expected to be. So as the oil industry started to commercialize and the ability to set prices got divided up first between OPEC and the large oil producers, and then even more between 150 new companies that started flooding the market in the 70s, all these different actors realized that having wars became the way that oil prices could increase and bring with them windfall profits for everyone involved, while at the same time protecting the US from looking like a colonial power and oil companies from coming across as monopolists. If no one could claim to have formal control over price and wars could seem inevitable, it wouldn't feel like war profiteering, just good luck at a bad time. And that is exactly what happened. The 1973 Israeli-Arab conflict, the 1979 revolution in Iran, the 1980 launch of the Iran-Iraq War, and the 90-91 Gulf War all brought oil prices up. And when those wars ended, they all came right back down. Thanks to wars, a perceived threat to oil supplies could secure tax exemptions, subsidies, and high prices for the core companies searching for regular above-average profits. But admittedly, all this is just one incentive. This doesn't explain why wars happen, necessarily. Just that when they do, it benefits a few people in the most lucrative fossil fuel jobs. So let's go back to those useless weapons. Around the 70s, as all this stuff with oil is happening, the US government started projecting that it would be spending less on its domestic weapons companies as the wars in Korea and Vietnam started winding down. They just didn't need to be spending that much, and protests sure made it seem like a huge waste of money. This really spooked weapons manufacturers. Thankfully, it just happened to coincide with everything we just covered. A lot of oil-producing countries suddenly finding themselves pretty flush with cash. Too much cash, actually. This was a problem for both the US and oil exporters. Without getting into too much detail, basically the US worried about running into a balance of payments crisis, spending too much on oil and not exporting enough of its own stuff. And that fear was getting exacerbated by the fact that oil importers literally couldn't find anything more to buy. At a certain point, the influx of dollars they were getting from oil had nowhere to go when spending on both consumables, like food and clothing, and more durable things like cars and industrial machinery reached their limit. Oil exporters couldn't justify buying any more from the US. But oil prices kept rising and dollars kept coming in. Like the US, they needed to find a way to absorb that capital and recycle those dollars. This is where useless weapons came in. See, the good thing about guns is that you can never have enough. Unlike things like food, what makes weapons special is that the simple act of buying weapons is their primary use for their main consumers: governments. They don't even need to be fired for them to have completed their function. Saying you have more guns than the other guy is the point. And for countries trying to freak out their citizens and justify buying more, not having as many guns as the other guy is often justification enough. By claiming that they were always under threat and harping on national insecurity, Middle Eastern countries found a way to spend tremendous sums of money recycling the dollars they collected from oil back out on weapon systems that were getting increasingly technologically advanced and therefore expensive. Today, a fighter jet can run into the tens of millions of dollars per unit. So updating your fleet every few years with a new upgrade can easily become a sink for loose dollars. And the best part is, there's no limit. You'll literally never have enough because there's no expectation that you'll ever need to calculate how many you'll use. This, in turn, increases tensions, stokes fear of a possibly devastating conflict on the horizon, and increases oil prices, which justify increased dollar recycling through buying weapons. And you can actually see this in the data from this time. For all these oil exporters, every 1% increase in oil revenue meant a 3.3% increase in arms exports 3 years later. In other words, a key coalition emerged between weapons manufacturers, oil producers, and the leaders of oil-rich countries trading in dollars. But just
because leaders of oil-rich countries is really is being very generous. They're basically American puppet families that rule over these countries with an iron fist. That are like, that's the reality.
Because things are mutually beneficial for weapons manufacturers and oil producers doesn't mean they just happen. To make this official, the US government stepped in and instituted things like the Nixon Doctrine at precisely this time, shifting the burden of arming the US's allies, sometimes including countries on both sides of a war, onto those allies themselves. By the 90s, only 30% of the guns we exported were given as aid. 70% were now paid for directly by the buyer. And how does that happen? Just take a look at some of the weapons and oil people we've had in a few administrations. There has never been an administration that hasn't been staffed with major players from the defense or the oil industry. These guys lobby hard with both parties and always come out on top with a seat at the table. And they know that when they have that seat, they stay in tune with what their former and most likely future employers are thinking about. So long as weapons and fossil fuel companies are beating the average, these guys are happy just keeping the tension, letting the possibility of war and the anxiety around it drive up oil prices and building up arsenals a few years later. But as soon as their relative profits start to dip, the lobbying shifts to a more aggressive, hawkish stance, and the efforts to bring us back into a global conflict increase. But at the end of the day, war doesn't benefit everyone, and peace is often much better for things like tech companies who also have their own people in top government spots. It's not always obvious that we should be arming a war when other industries make more money. So when that's the case, weapon and oil industry plants have to actually do their job and use their position in the administration. Their lobbying skills, their leverage, and their power are all put to use trying to escalate anything, say a ceasefire or no-fly zone violation, into kindling for an all-out brawl. This, in turn, plays up the insecurity rhetoric back home and justifies more domestic military spending, pulling national focus away from embarrassing questions.
You also have to remember that the military is a jobs program as well, where we just basically hand jobs to anybody who asks. Like, people pretend like, oh my God, you want to do guaranteed job guarantee? That's fucking stupid. Anyway, we have the military with 3 million guys under arms all the time. It's like, what if instead of 3 million guys in the military, it was 1 million, which is what it should be. You have a professional military, which is the skeleton, and it sits there providing a credible deterrent from aggression. And if there's a war, the necessary skeleton on which to build the wartime mobilization and expansion. The exact model we did for World War motherfucking II. United States military, we should shut down the Pentagon and bulldoze it and turn it into a national fucking park. We don't need the empire anymore. It's fucking stupid. And if somebody gonna invade the United States? We keep 100 nuclear weapons. Nobody's invading shit. We're across multiple oceans. It's not possible. Get the fuck out of here. It's a stupid point. Like, we're the top oil producer. What are we doing? We should be building a utopia here. What are we doing? We already have the technology. We already have the wealth. We already have the know-how. What the fuck are we doing?
Like, why do we spend more than every other country on this when we could be funding universal health care? Don't forget, these are some of the biggest manufacturing companies we have in the US. And they use that power to do things like threaten congresspeople with job cuts in their districts if they don't keep the war economy churning, even though all evidence points to the fact that investing in literally any other industry would generate more jobs than spending on defense, and as an added bonus, wouldn't murder people around the world. The grip of the petro-military industrial complex is strong. So, just to recap, here's the situation we're in. Oil and weapon profits depend on a state of permanent tension and regular wars. Those interests have infiltrated the highest levels of government, frequently become our official policy, and have our government spending exorbitant amounts on defense contractors instead of anything useful, while allowing oil companies to price gouge us. All of this benefits those who prefer war over peace. And notably, that includes longtime US allies like Zionists in Israel, who time and time again use the repeated incidents of war and the US military support to extend their control over more territory in Palestine, like we're seeing now in northern Gaza. The good news is that none of this is automatic. It takes actual people trying to influence policy to get their way for us to march down the warpath. The bad news is that that is the default option. With billions of dollars of lobbying to play with and a stranglehold on the reins of power, the era of useless weapons and expensive oil will continue. It will continue as long as the profit motive is allowed to dictate who lives and who dies. So until we can force change and shove off the jackboot of capitalism, we can never actually be at peace. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you can now find Second Thought on Means TV, the home for worker-owned entertainment.
Pretty cool stuff, chat. If you're not already watching Second Thought, what are you even doing? Okay, chat. Honestly, the only reason I didn't immediately watch this video, because I don't know if Ryan Beard is actually a good guy or not.
Already received.
And ultimately, even if he's the kind of a dumb lib, destroying Destiny, I'm willing to ignore a couple bad takes, you know? I don't know if he's like really stupid or not. Make sure you're following Second Thought. Okay, so here's how we're gonna bait people. What we need to do is we need to get a picture of, is there any Hassan frames in this video? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to farm a thumbnail. Okay, we're farming a thumbnail. Okay, hold on. We fixed my lighting. We're farming a thumbnail. Hold on. We're figuring this out. Hold on. Okay, the webcam lighting is all fucked up, which is very. I need to like. Vio bought me a really nice camera like 9 months ago, and I haven't set it up, which is just, honest to God, that's not okay. That's not okay. It's because I didn't have a lens. It didn't have a mount. It's just like I need to like get my shit together. We had a move in the middle of it. I packed it in a box. You know what I mean? You know what they say about temporary solutions? Temporary solutions become permanent realities. Okay. Now, what we do next is we go and we go browse, and this is the key to baiting, chat. All right, we should be close. Do you guys know exactly when the thumbnails get picked? Oh God, you fixed your camo blowout. I wanted to mention it, but I didn't want to get attacked by chat. Mention it. I don't look at my shit. Here's the thing about me. I don't care what I look like, honestly. I really don't. It's a mental illness. I should. Occasionally I'll be in certain circumstances where I will care because it's like so socially unacceptable not to care that you're actually being weird. But for the most part, for like day to day, I don't care. You know, I like, it just doesn't matter to me that much. And so I'm not looking at my camera. Like most other streamers, they're looking at their camera going like, do I look good? Am I good in this angle? Is the beard patch showing? And stuff like that. That's not me. You know, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I'm just like, here's a camera so you know it's me talking, and then it's in the corner. So like when my camera is like super fucked up, I'm not gonna notice. That's a reflection of anarchist tendencies. Very true. Okay, did it update? Hold on. Okay, we did it, chat. Look, Content Nuke reaction. Reacting to the Content Nuke. We have the America Deserved 9/11 clip up. You have me going, look, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we did it. We did it. We got what we wanted. Now, let's watch the actual Content Nuke, which is making fun of Destiny.
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received, but you have to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. I went with the title, Kethels, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging the past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. This is going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings to be in my apartment. Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time ever. Are we serious?
So then the question stands, did you Lauren Southern?
Scams. Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. You can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get autographed by the streamer. And you know what?
Oh my god, that's right. Oh my god. This is what I really knew his community was fucking shameless, is he said NFTs were a scam and then days later took a contract with an NFT scam site. Isn't that incredible?
You buy it, I can go right up here and click autograph, and I can sign whatever NFT you want me to sign, okay? Threats, bullying, doxing. I literally just doxed that girl. The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or two ago. Like, I don't give a fuck about like doxing. And an utter lack of accountability.
Molina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former girl were shared by Destiny without consent.
Good one, nice.
If she has no legal recourse.
I've got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wick, ready?
Okay.
Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting
Isn't he just a piece of fucking shit? Isn't he just... This is the motherfucker who has been trying to damage me and Hassan's reputation with anybody he can by just creating false stories everywhere he can for years and years and years. This guy is an irredeemable scumbag. We need, like, get him in prison. He should be in prison. He's committed... Like, people go to prison for the shit he did. He needs to go to prison.
Narratives. Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its borders about where it is
so
now,
funny?
and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at. The grotesque shape-shifting of facts. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be. I don't think that would be considered grooming. The general inability to hold themselves.
Dude, this guy is a fucking... I mean, that's pedophilia.
To a decent standard of behavioral conduct. The rioting needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing, because holy shit. It is the tale of an internet bully given far too much power. Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys? On a mission to seek fame and fortune.
So what's that look like revenue-wise? I think last time you said it was like $50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah. By building a career through vicious conflict. Actually kill yourself. Yes, kill yourself. We've allowed ourselves to gaze into the abyss for far too long. Destiny is the result.
On January 8th, 2025, the streamer Destiny's ex-wife Melina accused him of sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent to a 19-year-old young woman over Discord.
Something I can't, like, I'm not gonna go into detail of anything, but there's plenty of people that's wondering this, but I feel like this should be obvious. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Melina should honestly sue and file charges. Like honestly, it's the only way she's gonna get closure, and I feel so bad for her because Destiny groomed her when she was like 19 or 17 or like 18. Like he was like a 30-year-old man and she was like 18. Like, it's like, obviously she's acted in ways that I disagree with, but let's keep in mind that she was a fan, an 18-year-old fan. Like, and he's groomed her and abused her trust for years. Like, honestly.
On January 21st, 2025, one of Destiny's close friends named Pixie accused him of also sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent. Destiny later revealed that this 19-year-old he had sent these pornographic videos to had allegedly been hacked, leading to these videos being leaked on the internet.
I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay.
Later on that same day of January 21st, one of Destiny's previous close friends named Cherry not only accused Destiny of sharing a recording of them having sex without her consent, but also of recording her without her knowledge. Destiny has since admitted to sharing these sex tapes of Pixie and Melina without their consent. Cherry's allegation is still just an allegation, but she has recently filed a police report against Destiny. This is the story of Stephen Bennell II, a man given far too much power and the ways he has abused this power for his own personal gain.
Yeah, he's such a scumbag.
So this video has been a long time coming. I've been slowly collecting evidence about this man Destiny here for about 3 years now, and I don't know about you,
wow, that's incredible. Honestly, this video deserves to go mega viral. Like, absolutely. I may not agree with this guy on anything, but this deserves. So here's what I want you to do, chat. I want you to search, first of all, go check on your splash page if this video is recommended to you, all right, on YouTube. I want you to go check that. If it is, I want you to click on it through your splash page. If it's not, I want you to search Content Nuke Destiny in your search bar, like this, and I want you to click. I want you to watch. I want you to hit the like and say, you know, watch the video and comment. This absolutely, that's the single best way to juice it. Now, I will also share a link at the end to make it, if this is too much to ask, but you absolutely need to do everything you can to boost this in the algorithm. Go open this in another tab, turn it to 1% volume, and press play. We need this shit to be boosted.
I think it's finally time to take this motherfucker down. Destiny is widely hated by a variety of communities across the internet for a variety of reasons. But no matter
the 1.25x, guys, here's the reality. If Destiny is taken out and put in prison, it will substantially increase the positive left-wing push on the internet. This is not a joke. This guy is a serial harasser and doxer of people. All right. And there isn't an easy replacement for this scumbag. If you think that ignoring Destiny is the right strategy, you're just wrong and you're being cowardly.
how hated Destiny became, he always had a strong army of sycophants that would defend him no matter what he did. However, recently, almost all of his orbiters have abandoned him. Orbiters are what he calls his friends who stream with him. Basically, the implication is that Destiny is this massive planet, and all of his friends are these little planets that orbit around him. This has created an ecosystem.
I mean, it's so unbelievably grandiose narcissism. He's right. It is grandiose narcissism to the maximum extreme. He's so right. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, sharing the video also helps. Here you go, chat. Here's my share. Make sure you do this. We're trying to boost it in the algorithm, okay?
where most of Destiny's friends rely on Destiny's success for fame and money. And because most of these people rely on Destiny for money, they've done a remarkably good job at sweeping allegations against Destiny under the rug for years. However, these recent allegations against Destiny have been so egregious that the majority of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny. One person who is still defending Destiny is Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, who recently decided to slut-shame Destiny's victims.
Where I go, I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way to whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Prixie, but you did sleep your way to the top. You know, you gotta call a spade here.
Even though Myron is an absolutely insane anti-Semitic woman hater who stands for everything that Destiny claims to be against, Destiny says that he has more respect for Myron than for anyone else on the internet.
In all of my years, God, this feels so shitty. In all my years doing content, I have more respect for Myron than any other individual.
Because Destiny is a fucking anti-Semitic, racist, sexual abuser freak. It's like, that's it. Of course he respects Myron the most.
Apparently, the amount of respect that Destiny has for you as a person is dependent on how willing you are to suck up to him.
He is the only person that I have seen that will consistently go into areas where there's so much like laughing and jokes and fun times to be had right here if he was shit on me, but he doesn't. He won't do it.
I have some level
Destiny is such a fucking narcissist, dude.
Of empathy for Destiny's orbiters because it is difficult to be stuck in a position where you financially rely on someone who is not a great person. But I have basically no empathy for Destiny because I believe that Destiny is a massive piece of...
I'm gonna go ahead and say no empathy for the orbiters. Like, other than the people that were direct victims of Destiny, like they liked him. They saw his content. They saw the way he behaved toward people, and they were like, "I vibe with this." And then and then they're like, "I want to be a creator in his space." Like, come on. But it is what it is.
Of shit, and I will hopefully demonstrate why I feel that way in this video. In this video, I will go through nearly every harmful action that Destiny has committed over the years, and then allow you to come to your own conclusions on whether or not you think this is a person who deserves anyone's admiration or respect. Before we jump into Destiny's actions from across the years, I think I should take a little bit of time to dispel some possible well poisoning that Destiny or his community DGG could try to attack me with. The first accusation they might throw at me is that I'm obsessed with Destiny. This is an accusation they like to throw at anyone who criticizes Destiny. Personally, I don't think it makes me obsessed with Destiny that I've been researching him for the purpose of criticizing him. None of Destiny's fans accused me of being obsessed with Sneeko when I did a deep dive into Sneeko's harmful actions because they don't like Sneeko. But they probably will accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny because Destiny is their daddy. This is the first video I've ever made about Destiny, and it'll probably be about an hour and a half long. Compare that to the probably hundreds of hours that Destiny has spent on his stream criticizing Hassan. And I have nothing against Destiny criticizing Hassan. It would just be pretty hypocritical to accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny for making 1 hour and a half long video about him, while Destiny has talked about Hassan for hundreds of hours. Destiny has written multiple incredibly long manifestos criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels, and Bob7, who Destiny believes have wronged him over the years. Although I find the label of manifesto a bit cringe, I see nothing inherently wrong with Destiny writing manifestos to chronicle the bad behaviors of these creators. So, in the same way, I guess this will be my manifesto against Destiny. And if you have an issue with me making this manifesto, I hope you will stay logically consistent and also criticize Destiny for making manifestos about Vosh.
They won't. First of all, they'll bite that bullet because those are not relevant anymore. By the way, just in case you understand this, these are not relevant videos anymore, right? Like, nobody cares. Like, Keffels is off the internet, Bob7 is off the internet, both successfully partially slayed by these efforts. Vaush was not destroyed by Jeff Destiny's manifesto. He was destroyed by the fact that he leaked himself with drawn child porn. So that he took himself out. So like these are not relevant. So just bite the bullet and say, oh yeah, you're right. Destiny was obsessed with those people, but you're still like, they'll bite that bullet. It's not relevant. Who gives a fuck if they're consistent or not?
Josh Keffels and Bob7. If I had to predict how Destiny himself would respond to this video, he would probably respond with something similar to this tweet that he tweeted at me a couple years ago. You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. To be honest, Destiny isn't 100% wrong here. I am jumping onto a bandwagon of people criticizing him, but I don't think that's an inherently bad thing to do. Destiny jumps onto bandwagons of people criticizing Hassan all the time. When Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hassan, Destiny jumps onto the bandwagon. So when a bunch of people on the internet are criticizing Destiny right now for sharing women's sex tapes without their consent, hell yeah, I'm gonna jump onto the bandwagon and roast the shit out of him. With the way the internet works, criticisms against someone are more likely to stick when that person is actively engaged in a controversy. This is just how the internet is. So yes, I waited to make this video until you were in a possibly career-ending controversy because I knew that this would make more people listen to my criticism against you. Do you have a problem with that? You know how the internet works, Destiny. You jump onto bandwagons of criticizing people who are in controversies all the time. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're mad about it.
All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to...
He's the definition of a vulture. Everything he does is to being a vulture.
Like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people. Don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that.
Another accusation.
No, I do care about the victims, actually. I do care about the victims, and I'm gonna do everything I can to help the victims. He's actually wrong about that. I'm gonna do everything I can to help the victims.
That Destiny's fans like to throw at people who criticize him is that they're just doing it for money. Oh, you mean like how Destiny has made money from covering other people's controversies for years? What a dog shit argument. Yes, I'm gonna make money from this video because this is my job, just like Destiny makes money from criticizing other people because that's his job. But this video isn't just about making money for me. I genuinely care about raising awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keffels and say that she needs to be held responsible for her actions,
demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, motherfucker. Now let's focus in on this part of the tweet. You're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. You know what, Destiny? You are not totally wrong. Being bullied off the internet didn't feel particularly good because people don't tend to enjoy being bullied. Destiny and his community definitely have bullied me over the years, but I don't really care to relitigate my personal beef with Destiny. Destiny and his community weren't very nice to the suit-wearing fatty. Who gives a fuck? But Destiny, you don't get to criticize Keffels for being a bully.
Internet bullying.
And then turn around and take pride in the fact that you're a bully.
I like that's the thing. Like, I wish this person would just themselves already or fuck off from my shit forever. This is why, by the way, when you encounter somebody in my community or in other communities and they're like, well, you just stop talking about drama because, you know, you're ruining the vibes. It's like, these are the people that are actually attacking. Like, if you care about me or any other creator in this space who's been a target from Destiny for years and years and years, the single best thing you can do right now is help bury this motherfucker. Talk about it, share it, shit on him and any one of the people that defend him, whatever they pop up. That's the best thing you can do for the mental of so many people who have been attacked by this scumbag, because he has about 500 people that are cult members, and they spend their time botting and attacking and smearing anybody who he directs them to. Ending Destiny's career is the single best thing you could do to make streaming a safer place. Legitimately.
That is called hypocrisy. The fact that Destiny...
Mike, one of your my tweets showed up on Ethan Klein's IG story yesterday. Oh, that's funny.
You know they got your mans. They got your mans on assault charges. Yeah, the you be hanging with. You be hanging with.
Is there a reason for the lack of streams the past few days? Oh, man. He's dealing with his multiple criminal and civil legal teams to avoid becoming bankrupt / going to prison. That's what Destiny's doing right now, okay? He doesn't have the time to comment about Valkyrie's trip to Japan and call her names, okay? He's dealing with his teams of lawyers That's where all your anything else Patreon money is going.
His community have bullied me in the past probably is a factor in why I chose to make this video.
Yeah,
and I would argue that the
and
treatment that Destiny received from creators like Vosh and Keffels is one of the reasons he made manifestos against them. As much as I might want to, I am a human being and I can't fully separate myself from my own personal biases. And the fact that I have been bullied by Destiny and his community in the past does probably make me somewhat biased against them. If you feel like my personal bias against Destiny means that I'm not the right person to make this video, I respect that opinion and I encourage you to go watch a different YouTube video. But in this video,
actually, I disrespect that opinion because it's bullshit. Fuck you. First of all, bias doesn't necessarily mean something is invalid. This is one of the things that is a midwit. I would honestly say if you think that bias means that you can't ever listen to something, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Everybody is biased all the time. The question is, does the bias create a question of credibility, meaning you can't believe the evidence that's being presented because they have a strong incentive to make it up? And one, by the way, that in and of itself isn't the end of the question. The question is, yes, this comes from a biased source and they have a reason to have questionable credibility. However, the evidence has been sustained by other people that are non-biased or through extrinsic evidence. So even a biased person could present a true fact, okay? Like, shut the fuck up. And number two, the question, actually, most of the stuff you hear comes from biased sources because biased people have motivation. If I really hate someone, I have a motivation to collect all the bad things they did. So bias is just something to, it's a yellow flag. It's a, okay, this person, slow down when listening to somebody talk about this person. Are the facts the facts? That is what, so this is like basic shit. And so many people are like, oh, it's biased, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You have to actually examine what the totality of the case is. An SA victim is going to be biased against the rapist. Of course, because they were harmed by that person. They want revenge. They want vengeance. They want justice. It doesn't mean that their evidence is wrong because they're biased. That's idiotic.
I'm going to try my absolute best to be as unbiased as possible and stick to the facts as much as possible. I am going to try my best to not view Destiny in bad faith because I think even if you view him in good faith, he's still a piece of shit. I do feel like one of Destiny's tactics from across the years is to be incredibly mean to anyone he has a conflict with. So when that person eventually decides to make a video criticizing him, he can just write that person off as obsessive and just mad because he bullied them.
As a supporter of yours, I'd appreciate if you address some of the points made in the Britney video. She seemed to be pretty fair, especially in her conclusions. I don't have time to address every deranged, obsessive video that's made about me.
Oh, you didn't have any time. He's only streamed with her like for dozens of hours. How could he possibly have the time? Notice that the people that work with me are not making these kind of videos. Isn't that interesting?
I still haven't watched a Britney video.
Just add this tactic to the long list of tactics that Destiny and his community use to deflect criticism.
Honestly, if somebody was trying to cancel me, it would be like, Mike is way too mean to me when we play quick play. Mike is try-harding too much on quick play. And honestly, facts. I hate being bad at things. So when I do a thing, I'm like really harsh on myself. This is true. This is called a personality flaw. It's been something that I've been trying to work on. I'm not going to be yelling at people for not healing me in Marvel Rivals anymore. I'm just going to play the character. And if I die, I'm going to say, what could I have done differently? Like, was that push a good push? Like, I'm going to reform. I'm not going to yell at the healers. I think that's a sign that you're bad. Getting on tilt makes you like morale and mental is very important. If you're constantly like raging and you're constantly like getting mad because of one failure, you're gonna you're gonna start making bad decisions because of your mental. It's a bad thing. You shouldn't do that. You should be unperturbed. When you think back on your life, do you ever think back like 10 years ago, I lost a competitive match in CS and I'm so mad? No, you think like you forgot. So you should treat your emotions in the moment with the same level of like, this is something that we all need to absorb. I've had games where people say the healers aren't healing and I have 55k healing at the end. The important thing about healing is not the raw stats. The important thing about healing is winning duels, right? If you're spamming all your heals into a tank who's just standing out and getting damaged, that's not necessarily good. A good healer is somebody who helps the team gain an advantage in a fight, right? Just spamming out heals constantly on a really bad tank will give you a lot of numbers. If your DPS are in duels and they're losing the duels because they're never getting heals and the other DPS is getting topped off, that's a bad healer, even though you spammed and did a bunch of stats. The question is, are you supporting the team's goals? That's what you should be asking yourself. Same thing with the tank. Being a tank isn't, I just took a lot of damage, therefore aware, I did my job as a tank. The purpose of a tank is to give you an advantage through various tactics. Sometimes absorbing the attention and creating pressure is what you're supposed to be doing. But sometimes it's not that. And you're just putting a strain on the healers. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you're playing an MMO, if somebody is standing in the fire and you're heal botting that person and you're getting a ton of effective heals, and then you wipe because you ran out of mana, like, you are absolutely not a good healer. Like, the solution to that problem is don't stand in the fire. And this is something that I'm learning, because Marvel Rivals is my first hero shooter, so I'm like learning the game. I'm like learning hero shooters, and I'm kind of learning a little bit more about how it's more of like a chess match than it is a shooter. Like, a lot of shooters is mechanical skill, like I aim at you and I plop you in the forehead and I win, whereas hero shooters is more about a flow. And I'm just kind of picking that up. I'm pretty good at mechanically aiming. I know how to beam people down when I get the opportunity. But a lot of the times, like, I'll have an advantageous fight and I'll win it through a heal. And it's like, and I did not get a heal. And I'm like, okay, that's where I was above replacement place player. But sometimes I'll lose a fight where they're getting healed and I'm not, and I'll rage and I'll go, oh, it's the healers not healing me. That's why I lost. And I'm creating mental cope. And it's like, no, I lost because I wasn't acting in a coordinated way with the team. The fact that the healer could be healing the other DPS that I was attacking is a bad play on my part. It means I was attacking the wrong target. It means that I was putting myself in a position to get picked. I created a disadvantage for my team. Yes, I'm aiming. Yes, I'm hitting my shots. Yes, the healers are out healing what I'm doing. But what I'm doing is I'm not putting my damage where it's supposed to be. Sometimes you can't, as a single player, you can't win the game on your own because the team advantage is so great. But like, this kind of mentality is what I've been trying to put myself into, which is like, when, yes, I may be hitting my shots, but am I helping the team win? And like, in my games, I've been having a lot of like one-sided games where, like, if I have a good healer and tank, or if I have a healer that tops me off on my, like, when I call for heals, I get healed, and then I drop a 40 bomb, it's like very one-sided. But when I'm in a situation with healers that are not able to give me as much attention, I maybe I'm like the SVP, but we're losing. And it's because I'm not coordinating myself with my team. I'm like, oh, I'm going to just make my picks and I'm going to beam people. And that's not the right way to play the game. Anyway, long story short, trying to raging in games is bad. You shouldn't do it. It's a moral flaw. I could usually say the problem is rarely the healers or even DPS. It's usually tanks not pushing. I was thinking about starting to play Doctor Strange. Like, I really like Storm and Iron Man. But I decided I wanted to start playing like I wanted to play at least one character from every role and just flex. Like, if we don't have healers, I'll play Luna. If we don't have tanks, I'll play Strange. And if we have tanks and healers, then I'll play Storm or Iron Man, depending upon the tanks. If there's a Thor, I'll play Storm. If there's a Hulk, I'll play Iron Man. Like, that was basically going to be my new strategy to learn the game, because I wanted to learn one character from every role, because I think I have more fun winning. Like, if I drop a 40 bomb and lose, I don't have a fun time. If I drop, I just don't. I don't like Groot. I tried to play Groot, but I don't like Groot. I just don't like building. I'm not a Fortnite guy. I don't like building the stupid walls. It's good, but I just don't enjoy it. I was thinking about playing Magneto, but I think Strange looks better to me. It really is true. If you don't align yourself morally and have a positive mindset, you'll find yourself being a kid to Destiny or being depressed, and people in pain are often not nice. So true. So true. See, the thing is, like, I was raised in a military family, and I had good parents, but if I had any criticism of them, I would say that one of the biggest lessons they taught us is that you being in pain isn't the end of everybody else's world. And I agree with that. but I also think it's a little bit harsh. You know, it was a little bit harsh, and I think it has made me a little bit more of a stern person, you know, and that I think I don't want to overcorrect, because I think having resilience and being strong-willed is important, but I am a little bit stern myself, and I've been trying to work on my empathy and things like that. So I'm working on finding the middle ground. Anyway, let's go back to making fun of Destiny.
From themselves. The last criticism that Destiny and his community might make against this video is that I'm bringing up a bunch of old news that Destiny has already addressed. While that might be the case for some of the things I talk about in this video is not being made for Destiny's community. I'm making this video for the broader internet, and the majority of the broader internet doesn't know about all of these past controversies that you might consider old news. Contrary to what you guys might believe, the entire world does not orbit around Destiny. If Destiny is going to be interviewing potential presidential candidates like Marianne Williamson, then I think the broader political community deserves to know about Destiny's past actions. Destiny has said before that he has nothing to hide, and people can't expose him for anything that he's done in the past because he's open about everything he's done in his life. When someone else was trying to expose Destiny for his bad behavior, he sent these messages to his chat. So if he wants to expose me, that's fine, let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad/weird. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof, not just baseless accusations/speculation. Alright, Destiny, in this video I will provide plenty of proof and receipts to back up everything that I accuse you of. If what you said in these messages is true, then you should have absolutely no issue.
So if he wants to expose me, that's fine. Let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad weird. What? I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or what? Ooh, what? He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof. Not baseless accusations/speculation. Now, so what Destiny is saying is basically, in case you want to know what's happening here, if, for example, somebody shares revenge porn of you with their friends and you're a public figure and you're humiliated by it and you hear about it and you feel like mentally distressed by it, Destiny has power over you because you've shown that this bothers you. So now Destiny can manipulate you and say, hey, listen, let's just go our separate ways, because if you fight with me, then this might leak. And I would hate to see that. It's a nice little life online you have. I hate to see anything go wrong. And that was always Destiny's strategy. So he was able to say, it's baseless accusation/speculation, because what is going to happen? What, these people are going to leak their own porn? They're going to humiliate themselves in front of the internet? So Destiny was overconfident that his wrongdoing, he could actually use it as an advantage and nothing would ever happen. Well, and it was working so well, Destiny. It was working really well, Destiny. All right, I think we baited as many people as we can. We might as well make sure that everybody knows that we're talking about Destiny. All right, we baited as many people as who are going to get baited. But now I just want to promote the idea that everyone should see this video. And so what happened is, you know, from what I've heard, the leaker wasn't a hacker. Let's just put it that way.
With me lying out everything that you've done over the years on the table. Are we on the same page? Great. Honestly, I feel like the fact that I feel the need to lay out all these preambles and pretext and shoot down possible criticisms before they make them should show you that Destiny's community have become masters at deflecting criticism against them. You can call these motherfuckers Bert from Mary Poppins in the way that they're masters at sweeping. The joke here is that Bert from Mary Poppins is a chimney sweep. It's a funny joke, okay? Fuck off. My goal in this video is not to push some sort of political agenda against Destiny. I actually think he is a very smart dude who's one of the best debaters on the internet and one of the best people at using logic to defend liberal values. I debated Destiny a couple times a few years ago and he definitely wiped the floor with me, especially in our second debate. I have no shame in admitting that. Destiny is definitely a better debater than I am. Even if I disagree with a lot
couple things here.
Of his opinion.
He's not smart. He doesn't know how to use logic. Destiny knows something that's very important. Pick your opponent. All right. There's a reason why when Destiny talks about me, he doesn't talk about the 6 debates we had. Destiny doesn't go through debates that we had and go, well, Mike said this and he's wrong about that. It's dumb piece of shit. All right. What does Destiny do to discredit me is he makes up fucking stories about clips and goes, this clip is this. Look at this embarrassing fact. Look at this clip of Mike. He's so cringe. He's such a cuck. Like, that's the type of shit. Why? Because he realized I'm smarter than him. I know more than him. And it was pointless to try to debate me because he was never going to get a win. At best, he would get a draw. And so I don't think he actually landed a glove on me in all of our debates. At least any ones that were about a thing. And so if you lost a debate to Destiny, that's embarrassing. What he is good at is bad faith shit. And if you're not aware of bad faith tactics, you could get tricked by it. And the one thing that Destiny does is he signals to his audience, which is he gets loud, belligerent, and he laughs over the audience, the other debater. What he wants his audience to just clap like a seal. He flashes. That's his applause sign to his audience, right? When he's losing a debate, that's the shit he does. So, you know, it is what it is. And once you recognize that you can't actually have a debate with Destiny, then you understand he's fucking worthless.
Because I'm a leftist, I can still recognize that he's done a great job dunking on a bunch of dumbass conservatives. But like Destiny said in his manifesto against Keffals, I don't think we should be afraid to hold members of our own community accountable.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
And Destiny has done a lot of fucked up shit that I think he needs to be held.
Yeah, okay. Chaotic says he also can't debate technical topics. His debate is in some ways Socratic. And that it's very limited to moralist arguments, and that's only in the narrow point of whether his moral view is utilitarian versus relativist. It's very shallow. Exactly. Not only that, Destiny is probably one of the best posturers and virtue signalers I've ever seen. He'll shift between saying the N-word and calling you a racist in the same debate. And there's really no like consistency or logic to it. Debating conservatives is very easy because they haven't changed an argument since 1974, right? Like, since the Southern strategy, conservatives haven't come up with a new fucking argument. Okay, like, it is what it is. Like, of course, if you can't out debate a conservative, what are you doing? How are you alive? What else was I was gonna say something else to this? Fuck, I forgot. We'll come back to it.
Held accountable for. Just because he's a good debater who's really good at defending the liberal ideology, I don't think that means that we should sweep his bad behavior under the rug.
And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate if he doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way that's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right? It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about.
My goal in this video is...
He doesn't have any positions. This is the other thing. He keeps calling him a liberal debater. Destiny's not a liberal debater. He doesn't believe in anything. Destiny doesn't have a position. His positions are purely relative to whatever the conversation that's being had by other people who do have positions are currently. Destiny doesn't believe in anything. That's what you're confused about. It's like Hassan and I might argue against, say, a DNC centrist liberal, right? And they have a position. The left is tarnishing the Democratic Party, and they need to align themselves more closely to the right wing and moderate Republicans. And our position is the reason why the Democratic Party is falling apart is because it's disconnected from working class voters, which was the mass base that built the New Deal coalition and made the Democratic Party the largest party in America. And that what we should do is we should go more to the left, especially on economic issues, and we should talk to people and provide them with benefits that they can tangibly point to that are improving their lives. And the example that we use of that is the Mexican experience that's happening right now. Mexico had a leftist party spring out of their center-left party and run directly toward the working class Mexican people, and now they have an 80% approval rating. right? And that's because they're delivering for Mexicans who are working class Mexicans, and they can point to, hey, they built that train. Hey, they got me a raise at my job. Hey, they gave me labor rights. Hey, they built this. Hey, I'm proud to be Mexican because my life is better and they care about me. And I can point to the things that are getting better based on the policies they passed. And now that's an 80% approval rating. And that's what we're saying we should do in America. We should do that same thing. So the centrist Democrats have their argument. We have our argument, and we're fighting over it. Now, Destiny inserts himself in there, and he goes, Mike from PA and Hassan are terrorist sympathizer scum. And they're not serious about politics, so we need to purge them. Like, it sounds like he's on the side of the centrist Democrats, but in reality, he's just reacting to those of us who are talking about politics and have an audience. He's trying to eject himself into that conversation and get viewership. That's it. He doesn't believe in anything that's actually being argued over. There's no point that he believes. That's why he was able to argue for Palestine a few years ago and say how it's clear that Israel is oppressing the Palestinians, and now he's defending the genocide. He doesn't believe in anything. He's just shifting his position in the way that maximizes attention.
To simply lay out all of his actions from across the years that I consider harmful and allow you to come to your own conclusions.
What would I describe Claudia as? I would describe Claudia as a populist social democrat. That velvet is cake. That's what I would describe Claudia Sheinbaum as a populist social democrat. Or, you know, that's what I would say. Anti-imperialist, decolonial, populist social democrat, which I think is a incredibly powerful political strategy. Like, I think that's the political strategy that would win outright if it wasn't for US interference in most of the world. Like, I think that is, it's basically a reformist strategy of using economic markets, conforming them to the interests of the population. So you still have capitalism, you have capitalism and markets as an engine of the economic system to develop the productive forces, and then you redistribute wealth and power through political processes, and to continue the development of a country and direct it from like a political point of view for the interests of the masses. I'm not saying, and I don't think that's the final stage. I just think it's a developmental stage. I think it's the best developmental stage, and currently for most of the world. Many people will disagree with me and say you could do it all at once, you know, and I think I'm willing to watch people try. I don't think people should be, you know, attacked because they think that that's too slow. If you could take over a country and you want to try to build communism all at once, go for it. I'm not going to stop you.
Let's get into it. In this video, I hope to establish a pattern of how
betrayed Rosa Luxemburg. Okay, that's a great question, because what's happening here, and I want to watch the Destiny shit, but we're going to continue. But I'm going to answer that question because it's a good question. Basically, don't confuse Social Democrat, the Social Democratic Party of Germany in 1919. Okay, Social Democrat and the Social Democratic Party at a specific time in a specific place are not all the same thing. Okay, it is a fallacy of equivocation. You know what else was a Social Democratic Party? The Social Democratic Party of Russia. That's the one led by Lenin that took over fucking Russia. Okay, so Social Democrat just meant a certain type of person, a certain type of political milieu. All right, it just, and there are social Democrats. Well, a lot of people who call themselves Social Democrats now are scumbags, right? Especially in Europe, especially online. I wouldn't just say Social Democrat equals killed Rosa. Okay, that's a little bit reductive and kind of stupid. Also, a lot of people, and this is an embarrassing reality of the left online. A lot of people online, they're using talking points from like the Soviet Union wrote in 1955 or something. You know what I mean? And they're like, the Social Democrats are running dogs of imperialism, and that was like that was the party line of the Soviet Union, who is struggling geopolitically against American NATO allies. Okay, we're not in that world anymore. All right, like, it's just stop repeating old stale talking points. Now, if you see somebody who's like, I'm a Social Democrat and I love NATO, yeah, you should attack that person. That person fucking sucks. Can you give a brief explanation of Social Democrat? A Social Democrat is somebody who basically, it traditionally comes from the trade unionist movement, unions basically, and the left, who advocates for a transition to socialism using bourgeois democracy. and basically slowly dismantling capitalism through a gradual process of economic and political development. That's what a social democrat is doing. And frequently they build programs to increase the political power and social position and conditions of the working class and the common man. That's what a social democrat largely believes in this day and age, which is like, we're going to get socialism over the course of history through a gradual transition. And they are opposed by more radical leftists who want radical revolutionary rupture, who want to seize the state and the means of production through force. Well, these are the two arguments, and the reality is neither one has worked yet. So nobody has the final answer. So I have humility on this point. I think that it's incredible hubris to say either one is the totally wrong or totally right, because nothing has worked yet. So I think the best position to look at this is anything that helps the working classes, I'm for. What's the difference between Dem Socs and Soc Dems? The answer is social democratic parties in Europe have largely been captured by neoliberalism and have dropped their previous political programs and have shifted basically into liberal parties or social liberal parties. So social democracy has become discredited as a radical ideology. And so people that used to be social democrats now call themselves democratic socialists because they still want to use democracy to do socialism. Whereas social democrats, which previously was a kind of catch-all term for all socialists, have largely transformed themselves into liberal parties. And that's the main reason why people are like confused about this, is because many social democratic parties, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union, shifted to the right. And so a lot of people that want to shift back to the left, you know, they see them and they go, they're calling themselves social democrats, but they're not really left. So I need to call myself democratic socialist so that I can actually say my goal is socialism, which is what used to be meant by social democracy. Social democrat could also be defined as a post-World War II economic political system that aimed to counteract the threat of Soviet influence by heavily regulated capitalism and creating a strong social welfare state. I think that that's not quite correct, because I don't think necessarily. I think a lot of social democrats in that period were actually in favor of rapprochement with the Soviet Union. Like, social democrats in the post-war period were the people of those countries saying we shouldn't do a Cold War. So you could say that the effects of social welfare was to disarm the threat of revolutionary modes of socialism as analysis. But I would say that I think it's historically wrong to say that social democrats were all focused on, you know, containing the Soviet Union. I think that largely ended up happening, and a lot of social democratic parties did become that. But I don't think that that is necessarily the fairest description. And if there's anything about me, it's fair. Social democrat parties in Europe failed to go through overthrowing their capitalist states in the 1920s. Yes, especially in Germany. I think a lot of the hatred against social democracy from more radical leftists is because of what the Social Democratic Party did in Germany, which is what I mentioned at the very beginning of this, which is there was a revolution in Germany after World War I, and the Social Democrats joined with the fascists to put it down and restore capitalism. That's just a fact.
Destiny, over the course of his career, has repeatedly taken advantage of and harmed women and occasionally children, and how he has advocated for a world that makes it easier for people like him to harm women and children. We'll start by going through Destiny's harmful behavior towards women, then we'll take a detour to his harmful behavior towards children, and then we'll loop back around to his harmful behavior towards women again. Sound good? Well, it's not going to be. Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time he didn't understand how bad it was, but now looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
And at the time I figured like, oh, well, you know, we're gonna fuck anyway, like it doesn't matter, like she's chill or whatever, like I'm drunk, it doesn't matter. Like at the time I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like looking back, I'm like, okay, wait, this is like really, really, really reprehensible behavior.
But if you go back and watch the clip, immediately after assaulting her, he says, "Listen, I'm gonna apologize to you so much tomorrow."
Listen, I'm gonna apologize.
Yeah,
to you.
say
There's
sorry.
So much
Get the
tomorrow.
bitch.
Why would you need to apologize to her tomorrow, Destiny? Is it maybe because you understood that what you were doing was wrong? To me, this shows that even in his incredibly drunk state, he knew that what he was doing is...
she could have prosecuted him. She could have called the cops. I mean, the cops would probably not have cared because they don't enforce laws. Like, they just sit around playing Candy Crush. But if he could have gotten she could have gotten the attention of like a DA or somebody who has power, then they could have prosecuted him based on the laws.
wrong. And obviously being drunk does not absolve you of your actions. Otherwise we wouldn't criminalize drunk driving.
You've come here to this stream to defend drunk drivers to me.
This is a common tactic with Destiny where he'll half take accountability for something but half try to downplay it by saying, oh, I was so drunk at the time. Oh, I didn't understand how bad it was at the time. But I'm calling bullshit. You understood that what you were doing was bad even back when you did it because you were an adult, not a baby.
Mike, sock dems don't only exist to oppose the Soviet Union. That's not fair. That's not a quote of what I said. I said it was a simplification and that many of them ended up doing that and that I oppose. For example, I oppose the SDP in Germany for killing Rosa. I 100% agree that the Social Democrats in Germany fucking betrayed the left and their scum. 100,000 quadrillion %. SPD, that's sorry. The Social Democratic Party, or whatever the fuck it is. Marxists might not like sock dems more if they did blackball us into shared parties and relegate us into random caucuses. Very true. So true.
According to this woman, Destiny has never directly apologized to her, even though she would like him to. She acknowledges that he has indirectly apologized on his stream, but my question is, did he apologize on his stream to save his reputation, or did he apologize because he was genuinely remorseful? I will allow you to answer that question for yourself as we go through more of Destiny's pattern of behavior from over the years. In 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a woman he had been sexting named Blue Tea with his friends. Destiny will often claim that the reason for his actions are because he was provoked into doing them and he had no other choice.
I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
But here, there was no provocation. He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how fucking hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue Tea hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick. Obviously, I condemn this woman's actions. She posted revenge porn of Destiny, which is never justified. But don't forget that the situation that...
when he shared her pictures, that's revenge porn too. Like, it's like, just because she posted it on Twitter and he sent it in DMs, it's still revenge porn. Revenge porn doesn't require you to go on a specific website and share it. It's just the sharing of non-consensual private sexual material with another. She did revenge porn and revenge for him doing revenge porn. Both are bad. She should have back then there might not have been laws against it. So that was her only recourse, but it was still wrong.
This was Destiny.
Do you know any leftist activist groups who we recommend being a part of? We talk about it all the time.
Maliciously sharing her nudes without her consent. On Reddit, Destiny replied to her by saying, I can't imagine how you can think that people will never ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life.
What? It's one thing to tell stories and have conversations with your friends. It's another thing to just share the, individual news to everybody. We could just ban that guy, or we could just give that guy a nice hour timeout. Like, what are you doing, man?
In this comment, Destiny is admitting that he did send the nudes without consent and he's attempting to downplay his actions. A couple years later, when one of Destiny's friends named Bob7 allegedly shared a woman's nudes without her consent, Destiny said that this should be life-destroying.
Bob7 shared nude photographs of multiple women after pressuring one to post one without their consent, but I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
But when Destiny does it, he justifies it by saying that he wouldn't care if someone did it to him. This is known as the personal preference fallacy, arguing that something isn't wrong simply because you wouldn't care if it was personally done to you. Even if Destiny wouldn't care if someone shared his nudes, which I doubt, that doesn't make it okay for him to do it to someone else. And a couple years later, Destiny demonstrates that he knows that sharing nudes is wrong by laughing at this clip of someone explaining how it's wrong.
the guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy, and it just like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow.
Right.
That's cray.
That in and of itself is another
okay?
example of like violating consent. That even though for so long we were trained to be like, oh, consent has to do with
Theo
like.
gave me some pie chat. She burned herself.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
Him laughing like this is him
Thanks, Vio.
sarcastically showing that he obviously understands it's wrong. So I think even back when Destiny did this, he understood that it was wrong. He's just pretending like he didn't understand that it was wrong to avoid taking accountability for his actions.
This is why we have criminal courts, by the way, and civil courts. This is why. Because people like Destiny are just shameless. And unless we use force on them, they'll just keep doing harm. Like listen, all of us are uncomfortable with just using force on someone, right? But if Destiny isn't punished, eventually somebody's going to take matters into their own hands. And I don't want to see that. I think it'd be better off if he were to go to prison, be bankrupted, be deplatformed, and then he could rebuild his life as a carpet cleaner or as a I don't know, janitor, or maybe you could work at GameStop. Like, this is not a guy who should be on the internet. This is not a man who should have authority over anybody. And he needs to have severe consequences for his actions.
Destiny has a long history of really not liking when women post about their negative sexual experiences online. Real talk, opening up about quote-unquote your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy.
So the reason why this is, he's obviously like a sex criminal. The reason why people open up about their sexual assault is because it's incredibly brave. And it's for all the people out there who have been sexually assaulted who are silent about it, so they could feel like others are out there who went through what they did, so they could report it and they can heal. It's called compassion and accountability, you fucking sex criminal freak.
This was in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with the man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of sex, he removed the condom, which is a form of rape. I agree with Destiny that sometimes trauma dumping on social media can be unhealthy, but sharing allegations on social media obviously has the possible benefit of holding people accountable for their actions. And putting the words "your rape" in quotation marks obviously implies that he's casting some level of doubt onto her story. It's one thing to wait to see evidence before you fully believe someone's story that they post on social media. It's another thing to instantly cast doubt on their story just because you're annoyed that they decided to post about it on social media. This controversy started because Destiny had retweeted someone who tweeted, "If you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex." A bunch of people got mad at Destiny for retweeting this, so then he tweeted, "If you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should probably just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry."
By the way, Destiny got really mad at me for calling that Mindwave guy and saying that he was creating a sexist environment on his stream. They're the guy. Interesting.
People got even more mad at this tweet, so then he tweeted, "Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process." First of all, she did clearly assert her boundaries before sex. She just struggled to reassert her boundaries when this man started raping her because this made her so uncomfortable. I agree that if you struggle to reassert your boundaries during sex, this could make it more likely that you would end up being harmed during sex. And we should obviously encourage people to assert their boundaries during sex as much as they possibly can. But rather than show empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped, Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them
insult all women, actually,
retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature Human Behavior, victims frequently report immobility during rape and sexual assault, often using the term freezing. Neuroscientific evidence suggests fear and threat can block cortical neural circuits for action control, leading to involuntary immobility. And this sort of immobility can manifest as physical immobility or verbal immobility. A 2017 Scandinavian study reported that 70% of the 298 women who had visited an emergency clinic within a month of experiencing sexual violence had experienced significant tonic immobility or paralysis when it happened. So when women struggle to reassert their boundaries while they're being raped, this isn't because they're children with no emotional maturity. There are actual neurological reasons for this behavior. When the streamer Hans of Harkir brings up the fact that these women could be having a freeze response when they experience stealthing, Destiny disregards this and says that a victim couldn't possibly have a freeze response just from seeing a man take his condom off.
Freeze up is some shit where you're like in a fucking traumatic situation and somebody's doing some crazy shit. Not like you look down and you see that some asshole is trying to slip a condom off. Like, oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen. Bro, what the fuck kind of 14-year-olds are you fucking? No, are you serious?
But according...
By the way, chat, this is somebody who wants to be a representative of the left. He's an actual disgusting monster and a complete a rape apologist and sex criminal. This video needs more attention. This video needs absolutely more attention.
According to a 2010 study titled Facing Freeze, Social Threat Induced Bodily Freeze in Humans, even negative social interactions can trigger a psychological freeze response in some people. The more fear someone is experiencing, the more likely they are to have a freeze response, but even a moderate amount of fear can still induce a psychological freeze response. And seeing someone non-consensually removing their condom during sex after you've established that they need to wear a condom absolutely could cause enough fear to induce a freeze response. The way that Destiny chooses to mock these women who claim that they do have a freeze response while being stealthed is just really fucking gross. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't take the condom off. I'm fucking completely frozen.
I think this is from the person who is the retarded child. They said, I've actually been raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I know that's what happened after he pulled out. It's just not incomprehensible that I would just walk away from that situation.
It sounds like she needs to stop having casual sex.
To be clear, I don't think that Destiny is saying it's okay to stealth people, but I do think he is choosing to mock women for something that is outside of their...
I mean, honestly, what he's doing is trying to create a social environment where women who are stealthed are shamed for talking about it. Like, he's literally creating rape culture so that more rapists can get away with it. That's what he's doing, man. Like, this guy is way too nice to Destiny. I mean, I understand that he's trying to come off as a fair-minded person, but like at this point, it's at this point, man, like I think you've established he's a disgusting piece of shit.
Control. Obviously, women do have some level of control over reasserting their boundaries during sex, and we should always encourage people to assert their boundaries as much as possible. But if someone is struggling to reassert their boundaries because of a freeze response when someone is raping them, maybe we shouldn't call them retarded children. After this controversy, the absolutely brilliant trans activist known as Keffels decided to make a false allegation against Destiny. She claimed that Destiny himself had stealthed a woman.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane.
As far as we know, this is totally untrue. Destiny himself has not stealthed a woman. He was just a massive asshole to a woman who was stealthed. To give Keffels credit, she did acknowledge soon after this that she was wrong and Destiny actually didn't stealth anyone.
Wait, I don't know if he did it. Wait, backing up, I don't actually know if he did it.
But Keffels, maybe consider trying to be really sure before you make these types of allegations against people. Destiny is correct that spreading false allegations like this absolutely does undermine the cause of the left. Making this false allegation against Destiny allowed him to shift his focus onto your false allegation instead of focusing on the fact that he was a massive asshole to this woman who was stealthed. Unfortunately, many of the people who have tried to take down Destiny over the years haven't been the sharpest tools in the shed. Speaking of tools in the shed, let's talk about the time that Destiny tweeted that he hopes a woman is raped to death with a shovel. In 2015, the porn star Stoya tweeted allegations that the male porn star James Dean had raped her. This tweet really upset Destiny because, as we've established, he really does not like it when women talk about their negative sexual experiences online. Jesus, why not?
I wonder why. I wonder why Destiny doesn't like when women talk about negative sexual experiences.
File a fucking police report instead of tweeting this. You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot.
How do you know she didn't? Or maybe she didn't want to file a police report because she understood that it would get ignored. They'd go, "You're a porn star." Like, shut the fuck up. No one's gonna believe you. That's exactly what the cops would say. Like, what are you trying? And then Destiny would use that as evidence that it didn't happen. Because the cops didn't treat it seriously, that's evidence it didn't happen.
At Stoya. Stephen Bennell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of rape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Survivor of rape. It's rape, not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives rape. Get over yourself. Survivor of rape here. Hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Kill yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. So rape survivors should just get over it because at least they didn't die. And if they're dealing with a lot of pain or trauma because of their rape, they should just kill themselves because if they kill themselves, the pain will stop. Very cool, Steven. I have no idea why anyone has ever accused you of being a rape apologist. This should go without saying, but obviously it's good for rape survivors to file police reports to hold rapists accountable, but police reports don't always lead to rapists being held accountable for their actions, which is why sometimes it's good to post about it on social media. At least Destiny will be happy that the woman he allegedly recorded while they were having sex without her knowledge did file a police report against Destiny. Good job, Cherry. You have done things in the Destiny-approved way. Right after this, Destiny got into an argument with another woman about how James Dean didn't respect Stoya's safe word. As Stephen Bennell, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die. Holy. This right here is probably the most violent, vitriolic language that I have ever seen Destiny use in his entire career on the internet. And it just so happens to be in response to women talking about their negative sexual experiences. My question after seeing all of this is, why does Destiny have such an intense hatred for women talking about their negative sexual experiences on the internet? Is it because he just cares so much about these women and he doesn't want them to harm their own mental health because trauma dumping on the internet can be really damaging for them? Or is it maybe because a culture where women feel comfortable coming forth with allegations on the internet can lead to women like Pixie and Cherry and Melina coming forth with allegations against people like Destiny, exposing them for being massive pieces of shit? I will again allow you to answer that question for yourself. We'll get back to Destiny treating women like shit.
I mean, like, this is just reality. There's really nothing more to say. Like, sometimes people be like, why do you Mike hate Destiny so much? And it's like, because I've seen the way he treats people and the way he uses his community. Now, I learned a long time ago that his community is actually small and irrelevant and doesn't matter. And they can focus their entire effort on trying to discredit you and mock you. And it will damage you. I'm not saying that it won't damage you at all. But in reality, they're not that powerful because they don't really have anything because they're scum. And what ended up happening is I just kept continuing doing what I'm doing and hanging out with the right people and supporting the right people. And guess what happened? Massive success, far and away greater than any one of his orbiters has ever gotten. And that's, you know, and I didn't do it by myself. A few people helped me over the years, but nothing compared to the level of boosting and support that he's gotten over his career.
A little bit later on, but now let's pivot to Destiny harming children. For some strange reason, a lot of people like to label Destiny here a pedophile. So in the next section, we'll get to the bottom of whether or not Mr. Bennell here really is a certified EDP 445. Is Destiny really a pedo, or are these just false, slanderous allegations meant to try to dethrone the debate bro king? Let's find out. In 2012, when Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15, what the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a
By
bikini.
the way, let's back that up for a second.
Hook up. Dude, she's 15.
I want you to, you know, I don't think it's actually fair to say that this was all posted all at once. I don't have the timestamps, but it's actually likely that Destiny was making a reference to that he was sexually aroused, right? Like, that's why there's a line break here, because he was saying, she sent me pictures that made it so hard. line break, pause, 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 pause. Then you say, to say no. So he was literally saying he became sexually aroused to the child. That's what he was saying. Then he said to say no to give plausible deniability later. That's why there's a line break. Because if he wanted to say that made it so hard to say no, he would have said that in one sentence. Why did he do a line break? Because he wanted to make the joke or the allusion to the fact that it was a double entendre, right? Just wanted to point that out in case you missed it.
15, what the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no. Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man. So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction comes true. A couple years later, in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old, what the fuck? There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions where Destiny says that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. Ironically, this conversation where he's sharing a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini with his friends is the exact same conversation where he also shared that other woman's nudes without her consent. Sharing non-consensual nudes and sharing a picture of a child in a bikini in one conversation? What a certified Destiny moment. This is what we in the business call a Diddy-stiny party. A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, you were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad. I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this, I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself and she's hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear?
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics from 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. Shit is fuck.
So in these clips, he says that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and he admits to sharing a picture of this 15-year-old in a bikini to his friends. So is Destiny a pedophile? Well, he admitted that he finds some 15-year-olds hot as fuck, and he sent his friends a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini because he found her so attractive. A lot of arguments with Destiny about pedophilia end up getting wrapped up in semantic debates about labels instead of focusing on the facts of the matter. If you call Destiny a pedo for being attracted to a 15-year-old, he'll launch into a tirade about how, pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent children and 15-year-olds are post-pubescent. So therefore, by calling me a pedo, you have slandered me. So then you go, okay, I guess you're not a pedophile, you're an ephebophile because—
No, that's not true. That's not true. Let's pause it. Let's pause it. Let's use our favorite thing called the dictionary. Pedophile definition. Let's go ahead and search it. It said, a person who is sexually attracted to children. Okay. What's the definition of children? A young human being below the age of puberty or below the legal age of majority. What is the legal age of majority? 18. The age of majority is the threshold of legal adulthood as recognized or declared in law. There you have it. It's 18 or older almost the entire world. Some places 17, a couple places 16, some places 19. But the answer is roughly 18. So you can call him a pedophile. If you're sexually attracted to underage girls, you're a pedophile.
Ephebophilia is the attraction to teenagers aged 15 to 19.
No. Ephebophilia is a specific condition where you're only attracted or primarily attracted to teenage girls. So he's not even right. Ephebophilia refers to like this parasocial fixation on 15 and 19-year-olds. It has no bearing on you could be both a pedophile and a ephebophile. Pedophile legally, a ephebophile medically. He's a pedophile legally, he's an ephebophile medically. There you have it. You can square the circle. I'm sorry that no one has ever made this argument to you before, but we use these terms in different areas of human knowledge, and sometimes people use that confusion to shift between different definitions. I'm using the definition of pedophile, the legal definition. I'm attracted to middle-aged women. What the fuck am I? Normal. Middle-aged women are hot. It's called being normal.
Then he'll go, no. Ephebophilia is the primary attraction to mid to late adolescents. I'm mostly attracted to adults. I'm just a little bit attracted to children.
There are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck.
So therefore, I am not an ephebophile, and you have slandered me yet again. Also, there's nothing inherently wrong with ephebophilia because 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds fall under the category of ephebophilia, and there's nothing wrong with being attracted to adults, so your normative position condemning ephebophilia in its entirety is already a flawed premise. And even if I was a pedophile, there's nothing.
By the way, if any of this, I already outdebated this by proving that you're a pedophile if you're attracted to anybody who's under the age of majority, based on the definition of what pedophile means and the definition of what children means. Like, it is what it is. It's totally fine to call somebody who's trying to fuck 15-year-olds a pedophile. Don't allow anyone to ever tell you that's wrong. No, it's right. And why is that right? Because 15-year-olds, while they may be going through puberty, they don't have the mental capacity to consent and understand the consequences of sex. Do you understand? So just because somebody physically could have sex doesn't mean that it's okay to have sex with them. They're vulnerable. They're protected. They're young. They're developing. They're a child mentally. So just because you want to fuck them physically, that makes you fucking perverted and a criminal and a pedophile.
Attracted to children, it's only bad if you act on that attraction. So therefore, you have slandered me in countless ways, and my community will now harass you for years. See how you've now had an exhausting 20-minute debate about labels instead of focusing on the fact that Destiny admitted to being attracted to some children and admitted to acting on that attraction by sending a picture of a child in a bikini to his friends? This is the debate bro way. Crush your opponent through pedantic arguments about semantics so you never have to actually take accountability for your actions. As far as we know, I don't think Destiny falls under the clinical definition of pedophile, but the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny defended another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted to someone because they are young, you have absolutely no business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated. I really want to see someone use this argument in court. Your Honor, I didn't have sex with that baby because I'm attracted to babies. I had sex with that baby because it just so happened to be a really hot baby. Most babies are not hot, but every once in a while, one of those extra special babies rolls their stroller on past my goon cave and I just can't help myself. But this does not make me a pedophile. You look really uneducated right now. You know what, Destiny? You can feel free to have your pedantic definition of pedophile that only applies to being specifically attracted to prepubescent children because of the fact that they are prepubescent. And I can say that I think you are a freak for saying as a 26-year-old that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and for as a 23-year-old sharing around a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini. Deal? The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I think it wasn't actually that. I think they intentionally induced him to do it. It isn't just that they saw an 8-year-old boy do that on stream. They told him to.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible
That's
thing
actually
called
a really
Bro
good
Squad.
point. We should probably report this stuff. You know, like everybody waits for somebody else to report it. But like, I think if a large number of people started contacting these investigatory units and even just providing this video as a basis, like it's better than nothing.
What? Okay. Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, we're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know.
I just want to say that I did debate Destiny at the beginning of my career. I had no idea about any of this stuff. I was a very casual Twitch user, and I only really watched 2 people on Twitch ever before I debated Destiny, and that was like, there was a guy, maybe I watched a couple of Hearthstone pros. I watched like maybe like Trump, the Hearthstone guy a couple times. I watched this guy named Quill18, who was a YouTuber for strategy games once in a while, and I watched like Hassan. I had absolutely no idea who these people were when I started on Twitch.
Like, what the fuck was on? Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like on the fucking screen.
Quill18 is goated. He seems pretty nice. He seems like a nice guy. I like Quill18. He seems like a nice guy. He seems like he has decent politics as well. Maybe not as left wing as me, but he seems like a nice guy. Good politics. Very, very wholesome.
Fucking brother.
You know, good politics for a normie, right? Like definitely a Bernie Sanders type guy.
And his brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this. Like watching this stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
As far as what Destiny says in this clip, they didn't ask the child to pull his pants down. But I still think it's very bad that him and his bro squad didn't immediately click off of this live stream the second that this child exposed himself.
You mean report it to get it banned because there's a child being sexually exploited?
If a child exposes themselves to you, I think you have a moral responsibility to immediately click away from that shit. But I guess Destiny and his bro squad thought it was really funny to sit and laugh while staring at an 8-year-old's penis. Next, a couple years later, Destiny planned to kill a kid. Apparently, this kid was DDoSing Destiny's website. DDoSing is when you overwhelm a website with fake internet traffic, causing it to shut down. And because Destiny's website was shut down, he was no longer able to make money from it.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, I was so, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of... Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
Destiny obviously never went through with killing this kid, but the fact that he legitimately planned to kill him is unhinged.
Were you really considering it? Yeah, of course.
Actually, if he talked to anybody about this and took a single substantial step, that's called a conspiracy to commit murder and is... you know, a life in prison level crime. I think he's basically confessing to conspiracy to commit murder.
It's actually kind of scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
How old was the kid in relation to you? I think the kid was probably 16. I think I was 22.
Destiny has defended this to this day, saying that if someone is stopping you from making money, this justifies killing them, even if they're a child.
If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, just without having proof for it, you're like, well, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Obviously, I agree that someone maliciously taking away your primary source of income is incredibly bad, but I think there are a lot of other possible avenues you could explore before.
First of all, I want to say this. This is why we have public safety stuff, is so we don't enter into this state. This is what a failed society looks like. If somebody was doing this to you where they were slashing your tires every day and the cops just legitimately would not do anything, and you reacted and you eventually tried to protect yourself and your property, that would be legitimate as long as it was proportional. But that would be a sign that, you know, society has lost the monopoly on force and it's a failing state, like legitimately a failed state. So if you're saying, if you live in a failed state where people could just openly commit crimes and abuse people without ever any consequences ever, then yeah, you're already living in a failed state. And then when you return to a state of nature, then things are a little bit different. When you have to do, that's different than, you know, oh, this guy DDoSed me and I plan to murder his family.
Or jumping to the nuclear option of shooting a child. As much as it obviously sucks to lose your income, I think if you need to choose between killing a child in cold blood and losing your Twitch revenue, you're just gonna need to put the fries in the bag and get a new job. The next child-related Destiny incident is when he encouraged an infamous lolly or drawn CP artist to draw a picture of his 6-year-old child. This artist is a man named Shadman. You might recognize Shadman from the recent controversy with Ava Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, who was a really big fan of Shadman's work. Shadman has a long history of drawing pornographic images of actual children, including Keemstar's daughter, and because Destiny was aware of this, he encouraged Shadman to draw a pornographic image of his 6-year-old son. This controversy started because Destiny had been insulting the YouTube animation community. In response, Shadman made this drawing of Destiny to make fun of him. So Destiny then responded to Shadman by tweeting, "Hey at Shadbase, if drawing fan art of me is a tad uncomfortable, you could try drawing my son. He's only 6, so it should be easier for you." To try to be good faith to Destiny, this tweet was obviously a joke, and he didn't actually want Shadman to draw a picture of his son. However, I still think that goading a known CP artist into drawing CP of your own son is incredibly irresponsible. Because imagine if Shadman took him up on his request and did go ahead and make the drawing in the same way he had drawn Keemstar's daughter. Then, Destiny's son would have had to deal with the fact that there would be drawn CP of him floating around the internet for the rest of his life. If there was a known child murderer and you decided to tweet at that child murderer, "Hey, how about you come murder my child, LOL?" I think we would all agree that that would be incredibly irresponsible, even if that was just a joke. In the same way, I think it's incredibly irresponsible
to... Well, the other thing is, like, Destiny's kid doesn't live with him. So Destiny is goading this child porn community to target his son that he doesn't live with. You know what I mean? Like, he's not protecting that. That's even more insane. It's like Destiny pays child support, which I'm sure he's paying less than his son is entitled to, because Destiny's probably manipulated his mother into not suing him and getting the proper child support set, which she should totally do. The idea that this is an appropriate thing I mean, it's just so disgusting and despicable. You're thousands of miles away from this child and you're bringing them into the threat of others.
Encourage a known CP artist to draw CP of your child, even if it's just a joke. Thankfully, Shadman did not end up drawing Destiny's child like he had drawn Keemstar's child, and Destiny got to have fun making his little joke.
What a great comeback.
Even though this joke could have come at the expense of his 6-year-old son's safety. Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex talk. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process. Grooming is just forming a relationship with a child for the purpose of sex. A lot of times grooming is a slow process because they have to slowly break down the child's boundaries in order to get them to have a sexual relationship with them, but sometimes grooming can happen very quickly. For example, in situations where the child already has some established level of trust with the person who is grooming them. In this clip, Destiny is talking about influencers who sext their underage fans and saying that these influencers sexting their fans wouldn't necessarily be grooming because grooming is a slow process. The reason that influencers are often able to groom their fans so quickly is because their fans already have an established parasocial relationship with the influencer. If a teacher wants to groom a student, this usually happens more slowly because the teacher doesn't have a pre-established relationship with the student. But because influencers already
teacher, it's a position, it's a pre-established relationship of trust and authority. It's an abuse of power, right? That's why they have access to the children in the first place. So that's why it's such a despicable crime. But yeah, it's actually very similar in the way that a content creator can take advantage of their fans.
Have a parasocial relationship with their fans, grooming can occur much more quickly. Maybe Destiny's argument is that the very first time you sext a 14-year-old, this wouldn't be grooming yet because you haven't established a relationship with them yet, but this is still a stupid argument because in this context, randomly sexting a 14-year-old for the first time would be the first step.
Content Nuke, they stole the day from Ethan? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. This is the real Content Nuke.
In attempting to groom them. You're acting like everyone else is so stupid for not understanding grooming while you don't understand grooming. Destiny would claim that he just cares about definitional specificity, but the specific definitions you're promoting aren't even accurate. I'm not saying that Destiny is making this argument because he wants to groom children, but when you combine him saying that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck with him sharing around pictures of 15-year-olds in bikinis, with him saying that 30-year-olds sexting 14-year-olds isn't necessarily grooming, it starts to paint a very strange picture. Destiny also got really mad that people were labeling Drake a pedophile. He even had a debate about why it's totally fine for Millie Bobby Brown at 14 to be texting Drake about relationship advice.
When you say he's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice, what if she's the one that brought it up first? Should he say something like, I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys? Or what? Like, what?
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or some shit? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Wait.
If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy or ask your fucking mom and dad who are gonna tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Hold on.
Absolute groomer. Absolute grooming behavior. Yes, you should tell the child to go talk to their parents and trusted adults who have a credentials and are appropriately vetted, you fucking internet sex pervert. Yeah, I don't want children talking to you about sex, you fucking freak.
Look, do you think you should be talking to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a what do you mean? If a 15-year-old asks me and she's like, I think I'm gonna this guy at school unprotected, yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15, don't destroy your life. Make sure you guys are using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking to their kids about sex and giving them advice, do you think they would take it well?
I don't know. I don't give a they should be talking to their own kids about it.
So apparently Destiny has given children relationship advice in the past. Destiny is famously really great at relationships, so I'm sure these children really appreciated his sage words of wisdom.
But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny is that he makes good personal life dating decisions.
Destiny also says that he thinks he would give better relationship advice than a child's retarded parents, and that he would give a child sex advice even if this would upset the child's parents. Who cares if parents don't want you to talk to their kids about sex? Destiny understands your kids better than you do. Destiny...
By the way, that shows you how much of his mentality is as a kind of sexual agent and not as a parent. Destiny, do you want weird 35-year-old men who have goaded other boys to show their penises on stream, who fondly told the story of a young boy showing the penis on stream, or inappropriately sexually messaged underage fans, or groomed their young teenage fans? Do you think that that's a good person to talk to your son about sex? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is the guy who Vouch based his entire personality upon. I know.
You're a rule utilitarian, right? You believe that we should establish moral rules based on what generally leads to the least amount of harm. But you don't think that it would be good to establish a general rule that it's not safe for 31-year-olds like Drake to be texting 14-year-olds like Millie Bobby Brown about their relationships? Of course, there can be hypothetical situations where this isn't harmful and the adult actually does have good intentions, but in general, I don't think it's safe.
It's Diddy! He didn't have good intentions!
For children to be having these sorts of private conversations with adults. And I think it is totally reasonable to side-eye Drake for having these sorts of conversations with Millie Bobby Brown, especially because he kissed a child on stage.
How old are you? Oh, I can't go to jail yet, man. 17? Why do you look like that?
Now, is Drake a pedophile? Well, like I said, he kissed a child on stage, but Destiny would probably explain that this child was post-pubescent, not prepubescent, and kissing one child doesn't prove that he has a primary attraction to children, so therefore, we don't have enough evidence to label Drake a pedophile. Oh god, can you see how exhausting this is? Some people actually enjoy to listen to this shit day in and day out on Destiny's stream. Maybe Destiny just really wants to show Drake good faith because Drake has dropped so many bangers over the years. Or maybe he's defending Drake because he sees himself in Drake because of his own personal relationships with young people. Enter Rose is Coming, Destiny's 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten. A couple years ago, Destiny was simultaneously married to a woman named Melina while having an affair on Melina with a white nationalist woman named Lauren Southern, and sexting this 19-year-old e-girl named Rose is Coming on the side. Destiny was in an open marriage with Melina, but he still managed to have an affair with Melina because he didn't tell her about his relationship with Lauren Southern. And he also violated his wife's consent by sending her sex tapes to this 19-year-old e-girl without asking her.
Nothing has happened with consent.
I guess having an open relationship just wasn't enough for Destiny. Even though he was already free to sleep with other people, he still had to figure out some way to fuck over his wife. Anyway, while Destiny was sexting this 19-year-old, he asked her if she wanted to do age play, which is where you role play as being evil.
This motherfucker should be in jail. This motherfucker should be in jail. This is in 2023, by the way.
Even younger. She was already 15 years younger than him, but you know, why not add on another 5 or 10 years for good measure? According to Destiny himself, he views sexting 19-year-olds as the same as sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird. If you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills, you're still a virgin, you've never been in a relationship, you don't go to school, you've never even had a job before, you've never lived on your own, you're a child.
Lock him up!
You're very much a child.
So Destiny views 19-year-olds as little kids.
You're a little kid.
And says that being attracted to them is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
Yet here he is 5 years later at age 34, sexting this 19-year-old, asking her if she wants to do age play with him, and sending her non-consensual sex tapes of his friends and wife. And honestly, it doesn't even matter what my opinion is of this. In Destiny's own words, he thinks that—
All right, chat, I just tweeted. You gotta, we gotta spread this on Twitter too. Make sure you get in there, like, comment, and subscribe. Like, the only, like, obviously, if you're disgusted by this, you've got to work extra effort. Take 5-10 minutes. Try to spread this to as many people as you can who have ever talked about Destiny, thought about Destiny. It's important that this gets spread around. Like, this video deserves to be seen. I think this guy has been too fair to Destiny, quite frankly. We need reposts, we need comments, we need likes, we need to get this shit boosted. And make sure you go to YouTube and you like, comment, and on this video. Boost it. This is also gross. I'm embarrassed I know about it. The worst thing that you could do is not say anything.
this is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
So, is Destiny a pedophile? I don't really give a fuck what you label him. I choose to label him a freak. Only freaks engage in the type of degenerate behavior that Destiny has engaged in. I don't give a fuck about semantic debates about the technical clinical definition of pedophilia. If you send pictures of a 15-year-old in a bikini to your friends and talk about how hot they are, you are a freak. Let's finish out the video by talking about Destiny's treatment towards women in more recent years. A little while ago, Destiny admitted that he was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife.
This is probably just going to be Melina venting about her relationship with me to Bob. Listen, okay? I've said it a million times. I'm a very fucking hard person to date. I work a fuck ton, and I'm very fucking cold. I have a really hard time dealing with people when they get emotional, okay? But if Melina starts crying or we're having an argument, I'll say, like, listen, I'm gonna go play fucking Minecraft. Like, come talk to me when you're done crying, because I can't sit here and listen to you cry. I'm wasting the few fucking minutes of free time I have in the day. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you cry doing it. Like, so anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking.
By the way, this is how Destiny justifies it. This is how Destiny justifies his behavior. This is what a narcissist does. This is actually common among sociopaths who are antisocial. Is eventually they form a kind of self-justification, which is like, you know, they'll say survival of the fittest, it's just nature, you know, it's just the way of the world, you know, if you're too weak to defend yourself, then you're prey, and we don't cry over, you know, if a deer gets eaten by a wolf, you know, that's just the way nature works. I'm the wolf of people, and you're the deer of people, and so if you're my victim, you deserve to be my victim, because that's just natural selection. That's how these fuckers think. And so my reaction to that is he's absolutely right. That is natural selection. You know what else is natural selection? When the fucking buck stomps the wolf into the dirt and rips its guts out with its tusks and stomps its neck to death and breaks it to defend himself and his family. Yeah. That's also part of nature. So our job is to find these predators and deal with them.
Psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
Maybe Destiny's fans would claim that he was being hyperbolic here and he wasn't actually admitting to being abusive. But here's his best friend Dan also saying that Destiny was really shitty towards his ex-wife.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina. Okay, I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times and she was crying and miserable and everything else. And Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in. And Melina, like, really was hurt by it. And I think, like, she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately.
Melina herself has also accused Destiny of being psychologically abusive towards her.
I'm irritated by a couple things. One thing I'm irritated about is that my ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many other are affected. Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive.
So Destiny has said that he was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Melina has said that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. And Destiny's best friend Dan also seems to think that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. I wonder if maybe Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Destiny seems to think that as long as he's like, yep, I'm an abuser, deal with it.
Because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking...
By the way, chat, that's exactly right. And as I said before, the solution to this problem is reporting to the authorities, lawsuits. That means giving money to Pixie's legal fund. That means reporting this stuff to tip lines and reporting it. I mean, this guy is a open sex criminal. He's a danger to people. I mean, like, this guy needs to be punished for these crimes that he's committed. This isn't like we disagree on a political point. I would never say somebody should go to prison just because I disagree with them on a political point. Okay, maybe at the point of a rhetorical hyperbole. But when somebody is this blatant with their crimes, whether it is spousal abuse, whether it is these, I mean, like, this stuff has to be dealt with. I mean, there's a bunch of active victims, and he was, after the leaks happened, he was sending the leaks to other people as it was happening. After the leaks came out, he was sending the leaks to more people. This guy he needs help. And it's honestly not even retribution. He needs help. He needs some time away from the computer.
Hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
That he can just move on from this and sweep it under the rug, but I don't believe he should be allowed to do this. And I don't understand why any woman would ever want to associate with Destiny after seeing shit like this. Destiny not only has a history of allegedly being abusive himself, he also has a history of surrounding himself with other abusive men. Years ago, the streamer Vosh was exposed by Destiny for harassing a woman named Poppy.
Yeah, so the problem is that we've gotten these complaints for like, I think about a year, where like you've been like really sexually aggressive from a variety of people. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, the worst thing is that you engage.
Creep overload. Oh God.
In a repeatable pattern of behavior where you try to be very sexually aggressive towards a lot of the women in chat in order to make them uncomfortable enough to send you pictures, and then if they don't, you either act very aggressive towards them, like by telling them that you can't continue conversations anymore, or you continue to sexually harass them until they either give in or block you or go crazy or whatever.
It hasn't, I mean, none of this has happened. That's an extrapolation that you can make based on Poppy.
But even after Destiny found out that Vosh had harassed her, he still decided to be friends with him and platform him and help him start his career. And now, years later, because of Destiny's actions, all of us have had to endure learning about Vosh's horse fetish and his short stack goblin porn. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't look into it.
This is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Later on, after Destiny's relationship with Vosh.
By the way, chat, if you don't know what that clip was, that was Vaush brought up drawn zoophilic child porn on his stream live. It was drawn child porn, but nonetheless, people have actually been convicted of that criminally. So, like, I know people are out there who are like, it's just lolly porn, but people have gone to prison for that content. Like, drawn or simulated child pornography is illegal in many countries and many places. So, like, try to sweep that under the rug as just art is not okay either.
Vosh fell apart. Destiny decided to become friends with a racist named Mr. Girl. And Mr. Girl is not allegedly a racist, he is a racist. He posted a video openly admitting to raping a woman.
A couple years ago, I matched with a woman on Tinder. I say woman because she was 46. Anyway, we got frozen yogurt. She came over. We got naked. I got naked. Then we both got naked. We started making out. Sex kind of makes me anxious, so I don't like a ton of foreplay. To me, it should be like tearing off a Band-Aid, right? I'm trying to be patient. Finally, I get her on top of me. I put my dick in place, like right at her vagina, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. She holds perfectly still and says, I'm not ready. Clear as day, no mistaking her meaning. She doesn't consent. But she has this look in her eye, like she's daring me to just push it in. Like I'm some kind of pussy if I don't. I could have been imagining that, but I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto my dick.
I fucked her!
Did she like that I did that? I think so. She probably had mixed feelings about it. Was it rape? Yes.
This is what happens. This is your brain on edgelord. Think about this for a second. It's not only that he did this, he made a video about it and confessed it wide open. By the way, Destiny didn't care. He loved this guy at the time. He was like, yeah, this guy's cool. This guy wrote a song about being a pedophile. Destiny was like, yeah, I like this guy. I'm sorry about the content, chat. I didn't know. I would have given more warnings about this. Sorry.
I don't know. She told me not to, and I did it anyway. That makes it rape.
I don't know what went through Mr. Girl's head that he thought it was a good idea to openly admit to raping someone on the internet, but that's Mr. Girl for you. Mr. Girl is most well known for his review of the movie Cuties, where he said that he found the 10-year-old girls in that movie hot.
And it juxtaposes these amazing scenes where it's like you'll see the girls playing on a bed where they're stuffing gummy bears in their mouths and they're just...
Yes, we'll be splitting the career suicide. We love Jake Chinatown, don't we, folks? Judge me by my enemies. Judge me by my enemies. Judge me by my enemies. And judge me by what happened to them. Smote.
Just totally children. And then you'll see them shaking their booties on this stairway as they make this this viral video. And they're pretty hot.
10 years old is 5 years too young for Destiny's taste, but he decided to become friends with Mr. Girl anyway. Mr. Girl also released a bunch of videos where he was like emotionally abusing his girlfriend on camera. After they had been friends for a while, Destiny and Mr. Girl got into some drama because Destiny had banned Mr. Girl from Destiny's subreddit because Mr. Girl was criticizing Destiny for the way that he had defended Nick Fuentes. And then a few months after this, Mr. Girl released a report called the Destiny Report, where he outlined all of the ways that he believes Destiny is an abuser. Most people ignored this report because they didn't really care to listen to a potential abusive pedophile rapist give his opinions on why he thinks Destiny is abusive. The report was also over 100,000 words long, and it was terribly formatted, and honestly, no one had time to read all that shit. And while I personally think that Mr. Girl is a disgusting weirdo, I do think he made a couple decent points in his report. Mr. Girl's main perspective is that he believes Destiny has a pattern of being...
So in other words, a Mr. Girl was fighting with Destiny because Destiny was platforming a Nazi. This guy was like, I can't believe you're platforming a Nazi. That's disgusting. And Destiny banned him. Destiny was fine with him as a pedophile rapist. But the moment he attacked Nazis, that was a bridge too far for Destiny. By the way, chat, the Ethan Klein like nuke. Here's what I wanna go ahead and say this. I think Ethan Klein is posting this because this Destiny nuke came out and he's trying to bury it by doing a Hassan distraction video. Because Ethan Klein and Destiny are very closely intertwined. Especially on his anti-Hassan stuff. So I think he's timing it to try to bury this video. My suggestion is don't watch this on Ethan's channel. I'm sure somebody's going to download it, rip it, and post it. If you want to look for clips, look for an alternative posting. Or if necessary, watch it through somebody else reacting to it. Don't post comments on it. Don't, interact with it. They don't recommend this viewer. Like the reason why Ethan Klein is doing this is because the H3 podcast, the Social Blade, is dire. Like, it's dying out. Like, his channel is legitimately dying out. I mean, like, the subscriptions are negative. They've been negative for a while. He's losing subs. He's down 10,000 subs the last 30 days. Like, it's just down, Like, his audience is crumbling, and nobody really gives a shit. Like, sure, there's some diehard H3 fans, but you could see, like, back when he was hanging out with Hassan, he was like millions and millions of views per month. Now he's down to like a quarter of that. Blind go down, right? He's actually had like he's down hundreds of thousands of subscribers. This channel's dying out, so he's now going back to his old channel and he's trying to revive it. This isn't true. He doesn't care about anything, okay? He's trying to create this big drama with Hassan, build up the hype, and then post it on his other channel that still has more subscribers that he hasn't posted on for years as an attempt to like revive his career and get into everybody's algorithm. It's part of a content strategy, all right? So, like, it is what it is.
Abusive towards the women in his orbit. And now that we've seen evidence that Destiny has been
Wooish created DSA Dank and Grimferno created DSA America. 2 amazing community members, the artistes.
Sharing sex tapes of his orbiters and his ex-wife behind their back without their consent, I think this adds some credence to the idea that there might be a pattern of abuse happening here. In my opinion, Destiny kind of reminds me of the character of Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. If Dennis
was not tall, not an attractive actor, not doing it comedically.
was shorter and scrawnier and more annoying.
I didn't know I was being filmed. If you're in my room, you're always being filmed.
You are.
He does.
True.
He does.
It's his
Always
thing. It's kind of
does.
creepy.
In case you haven't seen the show, the character Dennis is known for being a psychopath who's incredibly good at manipulating women.
Oh, look, I'm not narcissistic. That's good. I told you guys I was humble. We're a bit Machiavellian, a bit not psychotic.
Psychopathy. Can he not read? This isn't some sort of obscure word.
Psychopath, a bit psychopathic. That's what I'm looking for.
The most famous clip of Dennis is where he explains that if you take a woman out on a boat with you, she won't say no to having sex with you because of the implication.
The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I going to do? Say no?
Okay, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not going to say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Well, in 2020, Destiny explains that he doesn't
Destiny's dating advice.
think it would be good for someone who has a large online platform to be sexting the women who he has as guests on his show because of the implication.
Let's say that I run like a really big podcast. I get 30,000 viewers. Let's say that I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk for a little bit and she really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on the podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want
That's
to.
what he literally does. That's what he literally did. What I'm hearing is that there are dozens and dozens of people that he sent like revenge porn to. Like, we're still getting more accusations coming forward.
She might not be into it really at all, but if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, like if I say no to this guy, like I'm not going to make it on that podcast.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then are you wrong for asking in that case, even though you saw it?
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
However, as we now know, Destiny has a long history of doing this exact thing to the women who are guests on his show.
I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, you know, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like, just cast them away. Like, it's a really weird dynamic. I work with women, and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional.
Yeah, but dude, that's because you're not a sex pervert, and you're not a misogynist, and you're not a freak. See, that's why you're having a problem with Destiny, because you have values and you believe in something other than treating everybody else like a peasant or a pawn that you exploit to the maximum degree. You're not a psycho. Okay? I may disagree with you on politics, but you see, this is bad behavior. This is wrong. I don't want to live in a world like this. That's the world Destiny wants to live in, where he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. Maybe this guy is a freak. I don't know who this guy is. I'm just saying, oh, this is Destiny's close friend Abba. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know who this guy is. Sorry, chat, but even this guy recognizes that's freak shit.
That needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that
You're like, Mike, what sub count are you at? Oh yeah, I didn't update my sub count. It's gonna bum you out, chat. Wow. It went down.
Show up on screen with a woman and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with?
It is possible that like you are like a very like mature person, and even if they turned you down, you're still cool with them being on your podcast. Like there are some people like that, but like not everybody, no one knows. That's the problem. Nobody can ever know that if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's like a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know.
So on the one hand, he is saying that you shouldn't sext with women who are guests on your show because they can't fully consent, and on the other hand, he is sexting with most of the women who are guests on his show and sharing around their sex tapes without their consent. A woman named Lav came forward and said that she felt pressured to send Destiny feet pics in exchange for being a guest on his stream.
At least in my case, I was so desperate to get out of sex work, and I told him that, and he said, why don't you stream with me? This can open up an avenue where like you don't have to do what you hate to do. And I'm a political streamer. You can get into politics, like fully extending himself to me in a way that was like very friendly. And then it turned into something like, oh, right after that conversation, he was like, oh, by the way, I don't see any feet on your profile. He. Like immediately after.
Apparently, after she sent him feet pics, he said, "Welcome to the Orbiters Club," implying that sending her feet pics is what will give her the chance to be one of his orbiters. Now, Destiny claims that this was a completely ironic joke and it wasn't meant to be taken.
Okay, I can't be the only one noticing this, but Destiny has said he's bisexual or pansexual, right? Is this also true of the men? Because like, it would be probably even more blackmail if he was doing it for the men. Like, men would be even more humiliated, especially if they were publicly bi or gay.
Taken seriously whatsoever. But if Destiny himself has said that he shouldn't be sexting his orbiters because of the implication, and then he sexts his orbiters and then says, "Welcome to the Orbiter Club," I am struggling to see how this is a joke. And even if it was intended as a joke, like Destiny explained in this previous clip, you shouldn't be making jokes like this because the person on the receiving end might not understand that you're joking. It seems strange to me that Destiny had this incredibly nuanced view of consent a couple years ago, but then once
the
he
answer
wanted...
it's because he's a psychopath. Like, you see, for many of us who are normal, we understand things and we understand values and we rationalize it and we use our intellect and we believe things about the world and we change our minds and we treat other people as equal agents in the world and we give them respect out of a kind of reciprocal morality. I treat you, it's the gold rule. I'll treat you the way I want to be treated, right? I create these rules of behavior and I try to be reciprocal with other human beings because I want to live in a world where everybody respects each other and we all follow these rules of behavior and we give each other agency. We live that way, right? That's how you and I think. For Destiny, being aware of these like kind of concepts of consent, being aware of power dynamics allows him to use power better. Like, Destiny understands, he studies power and vulnerability so he can exploit vulnerability. You and I study power so that we can counter abuse and counter exploitation. He studies power theory in order to abuse power theory and abuse people. He studies manipulation in order to manipulate. He studies cults in order to create a cult. Like, actual evil shit.
To start sexting people, all of these rules that he set for himself went out the window.
Now, again, there are exceptions. Maybe you're friends with this person for 10 years or some shit, and you guys have like some, like, it could be like very niche. I don't want to say like every single time, but like as a blanket rule, if you even have to stop and think about this, you should just not do it. It's just a bad idea.
Later on, Lav accused Destiny of being the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube because she felt like Destiny had a pattern of manipulating the women in his orbit.
I mean, I've called him the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube for a long time. He absolutely is. And he's going to get away with it unless he gets prosecuted.
Into doing sexual favors for him, and because she felt like it was emotionally abusive that every woman who came on Destiny's stream would inevitably be flooded with hate comments on his subreddit, which Destiny would refuse to take down. If you come onto Destiny's stream as a woman, you can be pretty safe to assume that you are gonna get a bunch of hate comments on Destiny's subreddit. But according to Destiny's community, it's not because they hate women, it's just because these particular women all happen to be too stupid to debate their daddy Destiny. One time, Destiny's head moderator of his subreddit named Forethought sent one of his female orbiters the message, "Kelly Jean, stop pretending like you're hurt by sexism. Your greatest aspiration was being an esports victim. Holy fuck, no wonder you wish you got raped. You've got literally nothing going on to be doing this at 40. After seeing these messages, Destiny refused to remove Forethought as a moderator of his subreddit.
But the whole idea is that if there's no wrong way to treat Kelly Jean or whatever, if that's her mentality when it comes to her, who's to say that doesn't expand to other people?
Like, can we just start, why is it okay to do whatever you want
to Kelly Jean?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to ask Destiny that.
I mean, it's Kelly Jean.
By the way, LonerBox quiet. LonerBox silent. Even Irrelevant was saying this is wrong. Of course, Dan defending it because, again, Dan is another sociopath. He doesn't give a shit about anybody but himself.
That's not that.
Yeah, but if you have that mentality, Destiny, then yeah, he's gonna copy it, isn't he?
I wonder why women don't always feel comfortable on Destiny's subreddit. At the time, Destiny and his community absolutely tore Lav to shreds because they didn't think that she had enough evidence to substantiate the claim that Destiny was the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube. One time when Lav was in the hospital, Destiny sent to his public chat, like, I wish this person would just kill themselves already or fuck off from my shit forever. Destiny even one time shared with his public chat that there was a Kiwi Farms thread being made about Lav. In case you don't know, Kiwi Farms is a message board that is famous for doxing and harassing people they don't like.
It's more than that. Like, when you say doxing and harassing, that's underestimating Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms is more like, how do we drive people to suicide? How do we slander people? How do we reveal their most intimate moments or their embarrassing moments? How do we interpret that? How do we spread that? How do we, open these people up to being targeted by unhinged, insane people and stalkers? It's like the stalker forum. Like, even telling people about it is kind of a dangerous thing to do, but it is what it is. Like, it exists. It's not a hit secret.
By sending
this is one of the reasons why Keffels had a career, because Keffels took on Kiwi Farms and they did a good job of attacking it for a while. And then Keffels kind of, ruined all that goodwill. Let's just put it that way.
Destiny's community to her Kiwi Farms page, Destiny was essentially doxing her. To be clear, I'm not trying to 100% defend Lav here. I think that some of the negative comments about her debating were accurate. I don't think she's a particularly good debater. I also don't think that she necessarily had enough evidence to back up the claim that Destiny is the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube. Although these days I do think there is a lot more evidence pointing to that being the case. She also one time claimed that Hassan had slept with a 17-year-old, which she didn't have any evidence to back up, and then Hassan ended up tearing her to shreds for that. And since then, she has become a TERF who says a bunch of racist and transphobic shit on Twitter. However, I do still think that the treatment she endured from Destiny's community was insane. Being a bad person does not disqualify you from being abused. And if a woman feels like she's being abused by you and your community, I don't think a good way to prove that you're actually not abusive is by telling her to kill herself and doxing her. Destiny's community wrote off Lav as mentally unstable and insane, and because both her and Mr. Girl were widely hated by most people on the internet, most people ignored their allegations that Destiny was abusive. Destiny has a long history of bringing mentally ill women onto his stream, to the point where it's a meme in his community that all of the women on Destiny's stream have BPD. Destiny himself has said that he's most attracted to women who he considers mentally unstable.
This dude really has a penchant for going after mentally ill women, okay? Women with like severe depression, and a lot of them got like self-diagnosed BPD or some bullshit. Like, he just likes that. I don't know. To me,
because he knows they're vulnerable. Also, when women, it's to discredit them. When they come out with accusations, he can discredit them as being mentally ill and having a personality disorder. So he likes the fact that these people have confessed to having it, because it's a vulnerability that he can manipulate. I mean, it's because he's a psychopath predator.
There's a pattern with a lot of these girls, a bit weird.
But the question is, does Destiny just happen to attract a bunch of mentally unstable women to his stream, or does he purposefully attract mentally unstable women because he knows they are more easy to abuse? Another mentally ill woman that Destiny had a long conflict with was a woman named Anna. Just like with Lav, Destiny also encouraged his community to go to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, and he encouraged them to post in her thread.
Oh, okay. Also, heads up, this is my only non-media
blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time. I will immediately go back to this, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. So if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want. Go there, post about it, talk about it. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay?
And in the thread about Anna that Destiny encouraged his fans to go message, they doxed Anna. And it was later revealed that at this time, Destiny was secretly in an ongoing sexual relationship.
By the way, it's very important to understand that Destiny's fan base is a significant portion of the Kiwi Farms fan base. Like, people will go years and years and years and years posting on the internet, making content, creating stuff for their communities, and they will not have a Kiwi Farms thread. The moment they interact with Destiny, they get a Kiwi Farms thread. Like, I think he's probably the largest content creator who's outside of the alt-right, like explicitly alt-right, or just outright neo-Nazi. That is a Kiwi Farms entry point. Like, he is like by far and away one of the most dangerous content creators to interact with at all, because he interacts with these kind of freak stalker websites and communities. And like, the entire concept of a lolcow in and of itself is a fascist online Nazi concept. Like, normal people don't think about that. Normal people do not see a vulnerable person with autism or a mental disability or some sort of social disorder and go, I'm gonna torture that person for lols. Like, that is a mentally ill, psychopathic thing to want to do. If I see somebody who is off-putting or is doing or is acting up and they have a clear mental illness or personality disorder, you know what my reaction is? To try to get that person help and to disengage, because that's called being well-adjusted and normal. The very desire to engage in this type of behavior is a sign of mental illness itself.
Relationship with Anna.
So you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year?
I think, yeah, we've had on and off, sure.
In response to this, Anna texted Destiny, "You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger." And Destiny responded to this by saying, "You're doing it to yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself." This is one of the most insane things I have ever seen in my entire life. Choosing to dox a woman you are actively sexting with just because she pissed you off. I guess if you want to live life by Destiny's rules, if your wife or girlfriend or friends with benefits ever pisses you off, why not just dox her to hundreds of thousands of people? I also want to be clear that I'm not defending Anna. Anna also has a long history of harassing Steven, which is obviously not good, but...
Okay. Again, this guy is way too friendly with Destiny. Dude, if somebody is being attacked by someone, them responding is just, that's normal reciprocal behavior. Now, maybe she's unhealthy, maybe she's traumatized, but like, wow, the bully victim punched the bully. I can't believe they're both fighting. It's like, no, I mean, if a bully will not stop harassing someone and a bully victim defends themselves, it's not the same thing. One is the aggressor, one is the defender. It's not good to punch people, but it becomes justifiable in self-defense. Keffels gloated that she got me on the radar of the owner of Kiwi Farms and that I had to private my account. Yeah, Keffels is also just the worst.
But Destiny also treated Anna like garbage. He not only doxed her, but he also threatened to leak her nudes when she threatened to leak sext messages between the two of them to prove that Destiny had been lying about her.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to that?
I think it's about proportional. Yeah. Thanks.
You don't think that she has more to lose in that scenario? Like, you think that people were going...
Oh, like... I mean, she could have more to lose, but I just don't see the huge difference between, like, sex and nudes. Like, you're leaking, like, personal, like, sexual shit that somebody sent you and, like, trusted you with. Like, in my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird, like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit like that. I love
you, Tom.
So Anna had stalked and harassed Destiny, and Destiny had lied about Anna and threatened to leak her nudes and sent his fans to a website that doxed her. This is a situation where they were both clearly in the wrong, but I think this situation sent a message to Destiny's previous sexual partners that if you get onto Destiny's bad side, he will not be afraid afraid to threaten to leak your nudes and send his fans to a website that doxes you. Looking back at Destiny's streams from over the years, I found at least 20 different women who had allegedly had some sort of sexual relationship with Destiny at some point, and I found at least 15 different previous female orbiters who now all hate Destiny's guts, and Destiny now labels them as crazy. The fact that Destiny has had sex with a bunch of his orbiters and now a bunch of them hate him doesn't necessarily prove abuse, but what I do know is that Destiny is not living by the standard he expects other people to live by. Again, he said himself that you should not sext people who are guests on your platform because they might not be able to fully consent because of the implication.
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
And at the very least, he has totally and utterly failed at living up to this standard of conduct that he expects other people to live by. I think we would need more evidence to concretely prove that Destiny's stream really is this system of abuse, but all I know is that there are at least 4 alleged victims and a whole host of other women who absolutely hate Destiny's guts, so I would recommend that women should stay as far away from Destiny's community as possible.
If you know that the people you're going to be involved with are only short-term partners, and you constantly see the after effect of most of your hookups and your interactions leaving a trail of broken hearts and disappointed people, that's a moral failing.
All right, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked a guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, lol. Did I ever send it to you?" If he was recording the audio from his pocket, it sure doesn't sound like that audio was recorded consensually, does it? Maybe he did ask if he could record him, but then he put the phone back in his pocket where the audio would sound terrible for some reason, but I highly, highly, highly doubt that. And if he was recording men from Grindr without their knowledge, it's also very easy to believe that he was recording Cherry without her knowledge. He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side. I find this incredibly ironic because in his Keffels manifesto, he says that progressives believe there's no such thing as bad tactics, only bad targets.
And what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets?
Well, if you ask me, doxing women and threatening to leak their nudes is the definition of bad tactics that you should not be doing even if you think that woman is a valid target. If you add up all of these allegations, I think it's time to consider that maybe Destiny is just not a good fucking person. Maybe he's your typical male feminist and all of the liberal bullshit that he spews on his platform is just him trying to get into women's pants. Before it had been publicly exposed that Destiny had shared Pixie's sex tapes without her consent, in private he acknowledged that he had severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged her. But once Pixie came out with her allegations publicly and announced that she was planning to sue Destiny, he went back to his old defensive ways and took accountability for nothing. He posted to his subreddit, "Legal arc beginning in mysterious ways, such wow," which is the most millennial cringe way possible to respond to allegations of sex crimes. In this post, he never takes direct accountability for sharing Pixie's sex tapes with Rose is Coming without her consent, and instead he focuses on how he's a victim too because his nudes were also leaked by the hacker that apparently hacked Rose is Coming. Obviously, Destiny is also a victim in this situation, but I struggle to find empathy for him because he refuses to take accountability for sharing the sex tapes non-consensually in the first place, which led to this entire mess. He also talks about how Pixie was asking him for a large amount of money because she was trying to teach him a lesson, and I don't necessarily see anything wrong with her wanting to
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting compensation from someone who fucks you over and causes you damage and psychological harm and reputational harm. You deserve to pay millions of dollars to a person for violating their most private shit. If somebody leaked a sex tape of me without my knowledge or consent, there isn't any amount of money that they could pay me that would make me okay with it. And if you're one of those people that's like, no, I would be okay with it, well, that's you. For you, you're willing to sell your, for you, selling your intimate sexual details to people for money is on the table. For me, it's not. Don't make your personal, whatever you're personally okay with doing, the rule for everyone else.
Destiny a lesson, maybe he needs to be taught a lesson. Pixie made the point that unless there are some real consequences to Destiny for doing this, he'll probably just do it again in the future, which I agree with. Destiny later sent to his public chat, Pixie and the people behind her just want money. Yet this is a blatant lie because she made it abundantly clear to Steven that she would be willing to donate the money he gave her to charity. So just like usual, Destiny is attempting to smear his victim in order to silence her, even though in my opinion, Pixie has done absolutely nothing wrong. And I think this shows incredible moral character on Pixie's part that she's even willing to donate this money to charity because I don't think she has any obligation.
She shouldn't donate anything. Go spend it on a fucking, go buy yourself a condo. Go get yourself a Porsche. Go get yourself a boat and say Destiny's Child. Name the boat Destiny's Child. I don't give a fuck. Spend that money the way you will. I mean, what would I do if I got millions of dollars from Destiny? I would probably buy a bunch of, federal treasury bonds, and I'd live off the 5% interest for the rest of my life. But you do you.
Obligation to do this. But even with Pixie being basically the quote-unquote perfect victim, Destiny still decides to smear her. My favorite sentence from this post is when Destiny says, I have been trying to move on from covering drama content.
Bro, you just tried to call all of us anti-Semites off of bullshit. Oh, by the way, chat, in case you're wondering, whatever the victim, if you know of a victim out there and they need help and they're not sure they could raise enough money for a lawyer or they want help or anything like that, you should hook them up with me. Any of Destiny's victims, hook them up with me. I'm not going to use them for content. I won't speak about it publicly. I will help you monetarily. We will figure this out. We will help you get accountability. All right. This is a blanket statement. Any of Destiny's victims, you can come forward to me. I'll keep it private. I'll help you out. We will figure out a way for you to get justice. This is a blanket promise.
As it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. Bitch, you loved covering drama content when it was other people's heads on the chopping block, but now you want to stop covering drama once your head is on the chopping block. After this, Destiny sent some—
Whoa. Doesn't anybody else think we should abolish capital punishment? Said the condemned Nazi on the fucking gallows. Don't you guys see? I mean, after what happened in the Holocaust, do you really want to be the same as a Nazi? Said the Nazi. You don't want to, killing me would make you guys just as bad. Sons of Steel, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. And Socialism or Barbarism, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. And I made that promise. We needed to do what was Destiny, what was done to Mussolini. Oh no, oh no, I condemn your, we don't need to threaten or even joke about any kind of outside the realm behavior. Even metaphorically, no cause to violence. That's not allowed. If you're mad at Destiny, you know what we should be doing to Destiny? Taking him before the law, civilly and criminally. If you ever see anybody posting his content, absolutely post these accusations and this information. If you see anybody sharing his shit, this shit should be posted instantly. Right, first comment should be Destiny is a sex criminal. Destiny is a revenge pornographer. Destiny abuses his family. Until the end of time. Honestly, you know what the best move for Destiny is right now? Retiring. Dismantling DGG, dismantling his fucking organizations, and retiring. Moving back to Omaha and disappearing.
Messages to his chat that were even more defensive. I have never done anything maliciously, as any of the fucking insane allegations say. That's fucking retarded. My only crime was being too much of a gooner in 2023 and earlier, 100% sure.
No, today, more people just leaked the idea that he was sending this shit in 2024.
Though again, I can't say anything specifically because everyone wants to come at me in court now, I guess. When he says that he didn't do anything maliciously, I think he means that he didn't intend for Pixie's nudes to ever get leaked to the public. But I would argue that non-consensually sending her sex tapes in the first place was malicious in and of itself. And again, I think Destiny would agree with me that sharing the nudes in and of itself is malicious because he said that when Bob 7 allegedly did the same thing, this should be life-destroying.
But I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
And you are not fucking stupid, Destiny. You know that if you're sending around sex tapes to random 19-year-old e-girls, eventually something is going to get leaked.
You know, actually, one of the craziest parts about this whole story is the fact that Destiny trusted a 19-year-old Discord lady, okay, named Rose is Coming, with sex tapes of other people in his life. Nigga. If that's not compromised judgment, I don't know what the fuck is, okay?
Also, your only crime is being too much of a gooner? Destiny's just a little bit of a goofy gooner. It's not like he committed any serious sex crimes. He's just a little gooner goblin. Look at my gooner goblin over there in the corner gooning. As usual, every single thing that Destiny says is an attempt to downplay, 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 and refuse to take any fucking accountability. Then Destiny sent this to his chat. Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me, okay? Lol W. Again, trying to deflect from taking responsibility by saying that a bunch of other streamers have done the same shit. If other streamers have done the same shit, then yeah, maybe they should be on the sex offender registry. Recently, another clip of Destiny resurfaced where he talked about how he knew that a bunch of—
Are you going to be watching Hassan visit the Japanese Communist HQ today? Oh, damn, that sounds incredibly awesome. And yes, I will watch. I did recently visit the Austrian Communist HQ as well the other day. That was a while ago. I didn't say anything about it, but was it awesome? Hell yeah. They have a huge library. It was really honestly kind of like humbling in the sense that you've seen so many generations of people that are fighting for a better world. You know what I mean? Seeing like the old like banners they used to carry like in the 20s and shit, the bullet holes from the Nazis. There's some like really important shit.
Different streamers had committed sex crimes against children, but he just didn't care to expose any of them.
Like, everybody's gotten pics and more from underage chicks, depending on what you've heard in different communities. No, let me finish. In the esports community, okay, everybody has been involved in that shit, okay? And so, there have been people that have gone way farther than that.
Do you know people in the esports community?
I'm not,
that have,
yeah, but I'm not going down that road. There's tons of rumors.
No, wait a minute. If you're saying you have knowledge of a crime and you're not willing to bring it forward.
Well, people talk about it, but like, I don't have the means to go and acquire the evidence to like name names and name victims.
Break
and like
the Dorito Gate right now, Destiny. Come on.
Let's hear it, dude. This is not my job. Listen, okay, I'm gonna be frank. I'm not gonna suicide my fucking career to go on some fucking vendetta against a bunch of fucking video game guys, okay? This is not my life.
But now that his head is on the chopping block, I guess maybe he'll finally expose these abusers that he's been covering for years. And the last thing that Destiny has posted at the time of this recording was an absolutely hilarious meme on Twitter where he said, "Korean barbecue is a little overrated, but I've always loved the short rib at this place." And it's a picture of a Korean restaurant called Goon Barbecue. Again, implying that he's just too much of a gooner because gooner sounds a lot better than sex criminal. He is choosing to be his same old self, making jokes instead of taking accountability. This motherfucker has the absolute gall to release an entire manifesto about how Keffels needs to take accountability for her actions, but then once he's in shit, he takes absolutely no fucking accountability for his actions. Like, is this dude an actual fucking baby? Are you a child? In what fucking world is this the right way to respond to the fact that you violated one of your friends and, in your own words, severely psychologically damaged her? Never in a million years could I imagine being a soulless, heartless piece of shit like this who treats my best friends like actual human garbage. And for you to get up on your high horse and act like you're the moral police of the universe who has any place to judge other people while acting like this is fucking insane.
You know, with this whole situation, I don't think Steven shared this because he thought it was okay to share. I personally believe this was my theory, that he shared this because he just didn't care and he didn't think that the other person would ever find out. And that to me is almost worse, because it shows that you don't care about the people you slept with and who shared that intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed doors that are just unbecoming. And if I'm your friend and I see you do that to your other people that you
This, by the way, we knew that he was like this for years. Like one of the reasons that I quote fell out with Destiny is because Destiny was saying the N-word, the full, you know, full ER N-word to people in private, and a lot of people came out and condemned it and said that's fucked up. White people should not be using the N-word, even in jokes in private. Don't do that, man. That's fucked up. And he was like, no, I get to do whatever I want in private. And then his friend let's see, he went and got it. He defended it on like a Train Red's podcast, and then he had a podcast co-host who's a black guy, Trihex, and Trihex came and said, hey, you know, you saying it's fine for people to use the N-word is really harmful. You know, Trihex is like one of the OG streamers, right? And a lot of racist, he got a global emote, try hard. And a lot of racists on Twitch would use his emote whenever a black person was on screen as basically like a shortcut for using a racial slur, literally. So he's been really traumatized by being a black creator in this space. And he was a co-host with Destiny. Trihex is a progressive guy. And he said that they ended up ending the podcast because Destiny wouldn't admit he was wrong, even though Trihex was like literally coming to tears. Like, this is the level of psychotic freak he is.
And you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me, I might not be safe and I can't trust you. And what I see is another more failing where it's like, when no one's watching, you're not doing the right thing. You can massage it however you want. It's a shitty thing to share a sex tape, but it's not the worst thing. I'm sorry. That's fucking garbage behavior, okay? It just is. Call it a spade. It's garbage behavior. Don't mush it over because you like your favorite streamer. Don't mush it over because you think he's important politically. It's garbage behavior.
Right? What is his importance politically? What is his important politically? Like the idea of like, oh, separate the art from the artist. You know, Destiny is doing lots of stuff in politics. What the fuck are you talking about? He's been incredibly damaging in politics. When he tried to intervene in the Omaha mayor's race, the candidate he support finished 6th place out of 6. Anybody he works with is going to have their reputation damaged because he's irredeemable. As far as his political acumen, he was supporting Joe Biden 3 days before Joe Biden dropped out. Destiny was doing stuff on Jubilee saying how Biden should stay in. Biden should stay in. His fucking political acumen is none. His analysis is dog shit. His political effectiveness is 0. I mean, one time he did a canvas and the women who showed up were so sexually harassed, he had to have a whole stream about sexually harassing women who show up at his events for politics. And his conclusion was that they need to stand up for themselves better. What? That was his conclusion. Oh, are you being sexually harassed at my events? Well, you need to have a thicker skin. That was his conclusion.
Before uploading this video, another woman named Stasia just came out with allegations that Destiny shared explicit material of her without her consent, and a woman named Denims just came out with an allegation that Destiny had recorded her without her knowledge. This recording was non-sexual, but apparently it's illegal to record people without their knowledge in that state. Destiny chose to ignore Stasia's allegations for some reason, but in response to Denims' allegations, he sent messages to his public chat threatening to leak the recordings of her in an attempt to silence her, showing that he is still engaging in the exact same behavior as always. So now we have 4 different women who Destiny allegedly shared nudes of without their consent, 1 woman that Destiny sexually assaulted, 1 woman who felt pressured into sending Destiny feet pics, 1 woman who Destiny allegedly recorded sexually without her knowledge, 2 men on Grindr who Destiny allegedly recorded sexually without their knowledge, and 1 woman who was recorded non-sexually without her knowledge, for a grand total of 10 different victims that we know of so far. And this is of course not including the 15-year-old girl that Destiny shared bikini pictures of, or the 8-year-old boy whose penis Destiny stared at. When will Destiny's community, DGG, wake the the fuck up and realize that Destiny is just not a good person. I know that I said that I wouldn't focus on my personal beef with Destiny in this video, but I wanted to just point out one thing. I found it really funny that in his Vosh manifesto, he cries about how people online have attacked him for identifying as non-binary in the past.
Many have attacked me in the past for identifying as
preposterous. He doesn't identify as non-binary. He just uses that in bad faith to attack people and go like, oh, I'm trans. Because he was saying transphobic shit about trans people. So then he goes, well, I'm non-binary. And who are you to judge my trans? And so then, because he says he's non-binary, he can then attack trans people. It's a bad faith lie.
Non-binary. I no longer identify this way, even though I've considered different sexual or gender identities and discussed it at length at various points in my stream.
Destiny and his community have been harassing me for years about identifying as non-binary. He said that he doesn't think my identity is real, and he tweeted that I'm faking being trans for clout, and I've had a bunch of his fans come and make fun of me anytime that I post about being non-binary, which made me feel like I had to go back into the closet at one point. But when people attack Destiny for being non-binary,
many have attacked me in the past for identifying as a non-binary.
It really hurts his feelings. This is just another example of Destiny being a hypocritical little bitch who cries when people are mean to him and then turns around and does that exact same shit to other people. If you want to be an asshole to non-binary people, be an asshole to non-binary people. But then don't be a weaselly little bitch who turns around and cries when people are an asshole to you about being non-binary. Destiny is the perfect example of rules for thee, but not for me. He says Bob 7 should have his life destroyed for sharing nudes without consent.
I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes.
Then he shares nudes without consent. He criticizes Keffals for being a bully while he's the biggest fucking bully on the internet. He cries about how people on the internet have doxed him, and then he turns around and doxes a woman who he is secretly in an active sexual relationship with. He says it's not good to sext women who are on large streams.
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
And then he turns around and sexts every single fucking woman on his large stream. He says it's super weird to sex 19-year-olds because they're basically children.
You're a little kid.
And then he fucking sexts a 19-year-old. He says we need to hold Keffals responsible for her actions, and then he takes absolutely no fucking responsibility for his actions. My worst crime was being too much of a gooner. If you go back and rewatch this entire video, do you agree with Destiny that his worst crime is just being too much of a gooner? Destiny, you are not too much of a gooner, you are a sex criminal. To this day, Destiny is still refusing to fully take accountability for his actions, as he has done through every single fucking step of his career. According to Destiny,
I know that a lot of people are going to be mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I hope when Hassan gets back, he can watch this video, because it does need to get boosted. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that you like badger him. And if you, by the way, if you go into Hassan's chat and you're like, Mike says this and he's mad at you, blah, 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 I will ban you from here. If you harass Hassan or post negatively about Hassan here, because he's my friend and colleague, you're going to get punished. Be good faith with people that we work with that are on our side. Don't be an asshole. Don't be annoying. Don't be a good representative of this community when you go in other places. Okay? Don't go run around being a dick. When I'm a dick on my chat and on my stream, I'm being a dick toward the evil people that we're watching. I'm not being a dick to interpersonally. Try not to be a dick interpersonally. Be a good representative of this community. But that being said, I hope Hassan does watch this because it needs to be boosted. And there is a conspiracy to algorithmically suppress, not through like the platforms or anything, but through large content creators that Destiny has blackmail on to not talk about this stuff. So this stuff needs to be boosted from our end. Destiny says he has 20 people that he has blackmail on. I believe him. He's probably blackmailing them right now.
He really hates weasels. He even has a weasel emote that people spam in his chat whenever someone is trying to weasel their way out of an argument or is refusing to take accountability for their actions. Well, Destiny, I think you should get this emote tattooed on your fucking forehead. You are a weak, pathetic little weasel, and I hope that everyone has finally opened their eyes to how much of a wriggling little weasel you always have been. I hope that after this, you take a long look in the mirror and you realize that you actually have a lot more in common with Keffals than you would ever care to admit to yourself. You have both lied to and scammed your audience. You are both massive bullies. You both aren't afraid to use harmful tactics to get what you want. And most of all, you both have a pathological need to avoid ever taking accountability. So from now on, I shall be referring to you as Keffals Denis. How's that for a nuke, buddy? Anything else? Really quick before the video ends, I've linked the fundraiser for Pixie to sue Destiny down below. If you would consider donating to that, I would appreciate it so much. If this lawsuit is successful, maybe this is finally an opportunity for Destiny to be held accountable for his actions. I've also linked accounts for Pixie, Cherry, Lav, and Melina down below and recommend you give them a follow. I think in situations like these, victims can end up being kind of just used as ammo for different people to fling shit at each other, and these victims can end up being collateral damage. So it would be super nice if you could go show them some love after all of the shit that they've had to endure from Destiny and his community. I also wanted to let you know that I got Pixie and Cherry and Lav's blessing to make this video, and I really hope that I approach things in a way that they will approve of. I know that I did some shit flinging in this video because I really don't like Destiny, but I hope that I approach things with nuance, understanding.
Of course you don't. He's a fucking sex criminal freak. How could anyone like him? This is one of the things that always shocked me, because it was just like, there were so many, like, I'll give you an example. It's like when I was talking about Bo of the Fifth Column being a fucking labor exploiter, and people were like, well, but he makes YouTube videos and he has 100,000 subscribers or 1 million subscribers. Sure, he's a labor exploiter who exploited over 200 women, but what about the clout he could give me? And I was like, you're selling out for that. I couldn't believe it. I've always loved your gloved off approach to Epstein. Why? Well, I mean, by the way, I've actually not even been that mean.
And empathy for the victims. Also, in a little over a month, I have a massive 3-hour-long project that I've been working on for the last 6 months or so coming out. I think this is gonna be the last traditional commentary video that I make on this channel. If you wanna see more like short form commentary videos, go check out my other channel, which is also linked in the description. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you wanna see that massive project that I've been working on. All right, I'll see you then.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. You, chat?
But I think it's...
Up to 120,000 views since we started watching it. Let's fucking go. Algorithmic boost this shit. I think we might have actually altered the algorithm a little bit. I will sub to him for this. And so should you. You should like, comment, and subscribe. What an incredibly awesome guy. All right, chat. Well, look at that. Hello? My comments not posting? Why is Hassan's eyebrows like a 20-year-old Korean fuckboy? What happened? What did I miss? This looks like he got taken through the K-pop machine. What happened? What did they do to my boy? He looks a lot younger. They really did. He does look a lot younger. He got the Turkish eyebrows. That's crazy. Also, we love scum art. Scum art is the best. Oh yeah, one more epilogue. How is Dan Saltzman, Destiny's best friend, acting?
I'm relying on the fact that you know what it was? I guess I would agree. Yeah, he was full of shit with a lot of this stuff, but I'm relying on like the cat that stepped on the hot stove right now and is gonna never do it again. Like he's never really gotten any punishment like this in the past, and now he's gonna be fucked, I'm guessing.
I hope he gets fucked from this, but because he fucked up really bad, he fucked with people's trust and their consent that they put in him. Probably gave a tremendous amount of people trust issues for the rest of their life that they're gonna have to figure out how the fuck to deal with. You know,
anyone saying what punishment I think is retarded, because even if nothing else happened moving forward, like let's say Pixie and Cherry both got hit by a fucking car tomorrow, like Destiny's life is still fucked.
Dance also mentioning me getting hit by a car to communicate if this ever goes to court is actually fucking insane. Yeah, he's a complete freak. He's an absolute freak. Cherry, you're right, but you're gonna make yourself really dislikable if you keep tweeting. Get on social media whilst you're ahead. Stop talking about my streamer. Stop talking about my streamer. Stop talking about my streamer being a sex criminal. You're gonna be unlikable to me. Shut the fuck up. All right, chat. Today is Friday. What a great palate cleanser. Holy shit, man. Has the Central Committee stream ever been more validated in every single thing I've ever said? Like, have I been, what's the thing I've been the most wrong? Like, what the, like, we're just getting validated left and right. Like, that's so gratifying how we're right about everything. Feels good. Dead ass. I know what I can think of something I got wrong, but we've already talked about it so much. I hate bringing up the things that I've already talked about 10 times. Am I watching the other nuke today? Fuck no. You know what we're doing today, chat? Tonight, we are watching Pistachio Wars on the Discord. It's movie night. I don't remember agreeing to watch this, but I think it's related to what's going on in LA.
Both, the city turned to a shadowy private market.
This is what we're watching on Discord today at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Turned to a shadowy private market. He was buying water from a wealthy farmer who lived hundreds of miles away, all the way north in Silicon Valley. The deals were worth millions, and they were being funneled through a privately owned water bank. As I dug into the details, I realized that this was much bigger than just Victorville. It turned out that a small group of powerful families had seized control of California's water supply. Even weirder was that the whole thing was being driven by a pair of high society billionaires from Beverly Hills. They made their money off pistachios. But what really made them stand out was that they owned more water than anyone else on the planet. Maybe it's because I moved here as a kid, but I still had an idealized view of California. This wasn't supposed to be the kind of place where a pair of billionaires could buy up the water supply. So I roped in a filmmaker friend, and we set out to tell their story.
Seems pretty good, chat. I'm excited. And honestly, we should probably start campaigning on the Resnicks and getting rid of these motherfuckers as far as them owning the water. You know, we need to seize it back. We need to take the water back. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. If you want to come hang out with me every Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, we get together and watch a movie in my Discord. Here's my Discord link. We've got like 10,000 lefties in there now. What are we at? We're at 9,306 lefties, so that's a lot. Come hang out. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody, stay safe out there. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's how socialism wins. And I wish you all the best, and let's keep winning. All right, everybody, stay safe. Free Palestine. Solidarity forever. That's how we win. All right, everybody. Bye-bye.